How was y'all's weather today up the way, Ronald?
Was real good. They had some thunderstorms in the forecast, but I guess it wasn't for our area, so it was nice.
It was 93 degrees here today.
Well, it got up. It was in the low 90s here also.
It's like 100. It's so hot.
Damn.
Well, we just starting.
Right.
Dang. Yeah.
Marcus, I saw this lady here on TikTok yesterday. You have any inside info about her?
I just know she's some type of actress. She wanted to play. She uh what do they call it? Apply? They don't call it apply. Audition to play. She signed up to play Mary McLoone
Uh huh.
and Harriet Tubman and some other chick. She was white. I don't remember her name. But they were she ended up trying to play. You see her dressed up the way she is, trying to play Harriet Tubman. And they said, wait a minute, no, that's not a good idea. And she like, why? Like, cause you're white. You can't play Harriet Tubman. So she's saying, no, I'm gonna give her great tribute, and I really honor her and all that stuff. And they were like, nah, nah. So then this other company comes in, I, I don't even remember the name of them, but they encouraged her to file a lawsuit, a discrimination lawsuit, because this white tea woman is not allowed to play Harriet Tubman. AB, okay, who's this? ADT Giggit says it's old news. Have y'all heard this before?
Heard it
No,
yesterday.
I'm looking at it. It was just, that's not old news. It says it was 6 days ago.
Thank you. Thank you. What's
You know,
wrong with
I'm
you?
a fact check now. You know, I'm going to look at it.
Thank you. Yeah, Mo, it is so. It is so. This woman is suing because she can't play Harriet Tubman. Did y'all know that some years ago, I think that's what that other person was talking about. Some years ago, Julia Roberts tried to play Harriet Tubman. This was about 5 or 6 years ago. Now that's that what he might be referring to as old news.
Well, Tracy Douglas says Annette Hubble, Harriet, and Julia Roberts.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know who Annette Hubble is, but yeah. What type of what type of crap is that?
That's actually the lady's name. That her name is Annette
Oh, this
Hubble,
oh this chick right here.
the actress. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, Annette Hubble. Okay, okay, yeah.
Yes, from San Diego.
Yeah, trying to play that's I mean, what y'all think about that?
Well, back in the day, you had one of the biggest misconceptions that they were, and if I'm not mistaken, she won an Academy Award. But you remember who played Cleopatra?
Yeah, what's that chick name? She did the commercials.
Elizabeth
Yeah,
Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor. Yeah, yeah,
She played Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile. And where is the Nile?
exactly, exactly.
Mhm.
And see that is that is a out of line. And then they try to say that, well, what about what's that play? That popular play, people, Hamilton. What about Hamilton? No, that is not the same thing.
Right.
How many?
Well,
Hey, Bomb, I was just
How do I
asking
keep
about
inviting
you.
people up here? Hey, we ain't met 5,000. But hey, welcome to the panel, Brother Bond.
who invited everybody? Mr. Baum, I saw you on the live earlier today, sir. Yeah, I had to come off that one earlier.
What happened?
Another one of those lives where we were talking about the YT supremacy premise of YT-ness, and somebody came coming on talking about what about the YTH cost, and he went on another live that said what happened to us was a Holocaust, and he thinks that's a little extreme. And then
Wow.
didn't know a thing about our history. Just coming up to talk some mess, and after I got tired of correcting, I just said I'm too tired for this.
Yeah. And you know what? I got something else y'all might not have known. How many people? I know y'all seen Purple Rain, right?
Yep.
Did y'all know originally they did not want Prince to play himself in Purple Rain? They was considering trying to cast John Travolta to play Prince in Purple Rain.
Oh, wow.
I was a Prince fan, so definitely I knew.
Oh, you knew that. See?
Of course.
Now how is it that they think that they can portray us
Mm-hmm.
in a light? It's, I don't
Wait,
understand.
now, was he supposed to play Prince's character, or was he
Yes.
supposed to play the actual Prince?
No, he was in Purple Rain, he was going to play Prince's character instead of Prince portraying his own character. It was going to be
Well,
John.
now, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but they do that all the time.
Yeah, but Prince
I'm
was,
not agreeing with it. I'm saying they do that all the time.
yeah, and it's about time they stop it. John Travolta is, I don't think he would play a good Prince character. I mean, if you're going to do that, why not get somebody more fitting?
Ethnic?
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He is not it. Definitely not it.
Can you see this lady? This lady, look at this lady. She's suing because they told her she would not be a good fit to play
They
Harriet
actually
Tubman.
canceled. They actually canceled. She had a scheduled performance,
Yeah,
and they actually canceled it.
yeah,
Well, and especially since it's a historical figure. On Broadway, they have put different groups of different races of people in other roles if it's a fictional role.
Right.
Yeah, they have done that.
Right. So if she wants to go play Tootie off the Facts of Life, okay,
right,
that's cool. But you're talking about a
Historical figure.
okay civil rights icon. Come on now.
right. So, I
And
mean,
they already mimic us and tease us, and I may not be the right person to talk to about this like right now because I'm already feeling some type of way because they really doing the most. So
yeah,
Well, remember when it was about to make a biopic about Michael Jackson, they had a YT gentleman that was going to play that part.
right.
see, why don't I apply for a role as Ronald Reagan or maybe I can play General Lee or something. How about
Or
that?
Napoleon.
Yeah, Napoleon. Yeah.
You know, you do know that, like in hits, Kevin Costner character never existed.
And which one?
In the movie Hidden Figures, the Kevin Costner character never existed, and I can't remember what YT producer basically said was that if you didn't have a sympathetic YT character, the YT audiences would not want to see that movie because they would have felt some kind of way.
Huh.
So his character and the women, the scientist women,
They never did get invited. The real story was they never did get invited to see the launch. They watched it from the janitor's closet. They were never invited into the room.
Wow.
Yes, not even when they were planning the landing and the launches and the trajectory. That part of the movie was false. Yes.
So yes, they've been doing this kind of stuff in fiction and mixing it with the real biographies.
Wow. All right, we at 5,000. Let me just. Okay. Oh,
ODW Ant says the same reason YT, The Little Mermaid, was BLK is 2025 are history lost.
The Little Mermaid.
Right.
He
Our,
says no one
That
up
is
here knows the truth.
our mermaid's real.
that's
What?
right. You're talking about a fictional character. Come on now.
Well, the thing is, he said that no one up here knows the truth, but the truth that I do know is every BLK movie sells out in no time and they break records because BLK goes and supports their own.
That's right. All the time.
Like Sinners, look how well it's done in the box office as fast as it came out.
Yes. Who is this?
But and then there are BLK mermaids in mythology.
True. Margie, let's welcome Margie up real quick. Or is Margie? Welcome to the panel, Margie.
Hello, how y'all doing?
All right. Where
I'm
you,
good. I can't complain.
where you from, Margie?
I'm actually from the West Coast, California.
Ah, I told you. California and New York. That's most of the people up here. Margie, you still there? You got a phone call.
Here.
What do you think about the topic?
Want to play Harriet Tubman?
Yeah,
YT, please.
Tail is older time. You know, they can't help it. Tail is oldest time. I think that there's whole metaphor of them being vampires and feeding off our energy really resonated with me. And think about little things like this as just energetic attacks. And it's up to us to either give it, the attention they want and get their reaction, or to be honest, to be like, "Look, this is
oh,
some
be
bullshit.
careful.
I ain't paying
No,
no
wait,
attention."
wait, wait. Yeah, we don't
No,
we don't do the profanity up here. Be
oh,
that's
excuse me,
all
I
good.
didn't, pardon
Yes.
me, my thing. She don't pay no mind. So, like, why do people want a reaction to this kind of thing? And I don't pay no mind. I think that racism is like the stupidest thing. If you are a racist or you're engaged in any kind of prejudice behavior, taking a space in a place you don't need to take a space, then you're just stupid. You just like seeing like somebody with leprosy. I'm just gonna feel bad for him. That
Wow.
motherfucker. All right.
Oh,
All right. That's my
Lena in the chat. Lena in the chat. Lena in the chat says, "Who cares what color they are?" The
well,
people makes the movie cares because that's how they make their money based on who they cast for the movie.
and if you want to be historically somewhat accurate, and unless you don't mind me playing Ronald Reagan or Napoleon or who was that Irish dude? You don't mind me playing his character, then let's do it.
They would never do Schindler's List and cast Idris Elba.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. Yeah.
Man, that was a sick movie.
Or I didn't really watch it, but I could play Goodfellas. How about that? How about I'll be one of the Italians?
Well, about the one interview I appreciated Denzel made, and he was talking about why they cast certain people for certain movies. And he was speaking of, it was Goodfellas or one of those good Italian movies. He was like, why wouldn't you pick him instead of me? Because he's Italian. And why would they pick me to pay a BLK whatever? Because I know the smell of hot straightening comb on hot grease on a Sunday morning, which makes sense.
Right, because you can relate to the character more.
Right.
Plus, he was talking about the writers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. He said Scorsese probably could have wrote uh Goodfellas. I get them mixed up. But yeah, I did. I got the point of what he was saying. Yeah, this I don't understand this what's going on in this world.
And this woman is actually suing.
She's suing. She's suing because she cannot play Harriet Tubman.
And is this in a movie or a stage play or what?
I believe it was like a one woman play or something like that. I don't remember what they called it, but yeah, she was playing Harriet Tubman in this one woman play, and she went up for the part, and they told her no. She tried it. She also went for the part of Mick uh McLeod.
Mary McLeod
Yes, yes. She went for her part too. And
What? She just it's not to be white too. She pulls out all the stops.
right?
yeah, yeah. So
He won.
right, right. So they told
Here's
her,
an empty bottle waiting for her picture.
oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
y'all.
So they told her no. They told her nah, go ahead, this ain't for you. And she questioned it, why? And they told her no. And she said, why? Because I'm white tea? And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
And she actually wrote that one woman show. And she stated, it never occurred to me that that might even be an issue, she said. I was telling their stories, bringing them alive.
Imagine that.
Well, I'm gonna start writing a new soap opera, and I'm gonna play Erica Kane because I am beautiful and I am dynamic, and if I can write for Susan Lucci, I might as well play the part.
Right. This lady. And guess what? She was gonna play it with no makeup, with her regular face and everything. Yeah. Yeah. She was gonna play the part. Okay, we got Galena. Let's see what Galena got for us. Okay. Hey, Galena.
Hello.
Welcome back, Galena.
Hello, Galena.
I saw you in the chats. What's on your mind, Galena? What you got?
I don't know. Well, no, I think I was like, it's hard because like you type something and then like, you're typing. It's because you're thinking of something that was already like said. So I'm like, I'm thinking you guys are on a whole nother subject, and I'll just listen now.
Oh, you wanna
Right? That's different for me, isn't it?
uh,
Don't usually listen.
you wanna you don't okay, I thought you wanted to comment on the subject.
It's outside of your character.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for that acknowledgement.
Oh,
I don't.
well, come
I made some money today. Opened up my little shop finally.
No, we on the topic. We on the subject at the top.
Of what?
Congratulations on that. Yeah, come on back up if you got some input for us, Galena. We're
We're
welcome.
talking about like the movies and like the gender, or not the
What?
technically those as well happen, but also like you're talking about the genetics of the character changing. And I say that very carefully because technically it's the truth and not offensive.
The ethnicity of the character, yeah. You saying? Are you saying it's okay that she should be able to play that
I'm
role?
talking about the chick in your photo that, like,
Yeah.
why would she want to be Harriet Tubman? Like, because I'm like, is it historically accurate? Harriet Tubman is a black woman, right? Am I correct in that?
Yeah, BLK.
So then, like, I mean, why? Like, I mean, the only reason she'd be doing this is because she's like,
Karen?
well, that, and because it's like she's been manipulated. Because, like, oh no, all the fantasy movies that she might have grew up with, like Disney, like, oh, they changed a couple of like the genetics around on a couple characters. And, oh my lord, I'm like, okay, there's a difference between like one of those and then like actually like changing like the whole entire like. I'm like, I don't care. You can make every version of everything Disney wise, which is imagine it like that's not real. Like it's not real. It's like, I'm like, you can change it gender. You can change it to black, white, yellow, green, blue, purple. I don't care. Like, I mean, but I'm like, if I don't, I'm not gonna make a stink about it.
Are you high?
No, what?
No, that's
That's
Galena.
Oh,
That is our Galena.
Oh, you guys.
it was just a question.
But like it's a serious answer though. Like it really is. Like I mean, I'd make a stink, and I only make a stink because I'm like I was saying, I'm a redhead daughter, and they always seem to change those ones first.
All
Or
right.
just like when
All
Halle,
right, Galena.
it's Halle Bailey.
All right, Galena. Thank you for that. Thank you for your input, Galena. Come on back up when you're ready for it. We'd love to have you. Okay. Um, all right, Mr. Bomb. All right, Mr. Come on, Shellfish. What's going on?
Well, she might be a Karen who's trying to cause through frustration of getting the job or getting the roles that she wants. She's just probably gonna tell her like rich husband to like try to fit her in. And the hidden agenda that I could think of is they might be trying to change the narrative of like in the future.
Yeah.
When like people look back on it, they might try to make it as like a Caucasian people were the minorities and stuff, which they are.
Yeah. So what? 50 years from now, Harriet Tubman will become a white woman like Cleopatra.
Based on a true story.
Yeah.
Okay. Brad Pitt was the last Mexican. Uh, who else we got? Yeah.
I mean, the white people
with Brad Pitt.
The Mexican. Yeah. You might. Yeah, that's what it was. That was the name of it. The Mexican.
Never seen or heard of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Google it.
Traditionally have a history of portraying the American Indian community with white people.
Yeah.
White people looking very, very, very like. I saw this white person who rented one of my houses, and he was straight. I didn't know how he spoke. He only spoke Spanish, but he looked straight white, and I was like, wow, I can tell the difference. Well, if they are indeed, there are white Latinos, so if that character was actually that, but it's just the idea that they seem to feel like, oh, minority people are interchangeable, especially in a historic situation.
What's up, Jaden? Where you from, Jaden?
From Arizona.
All right. What you got for us? What you think about the topic?
No, I think it's like really cool because personally, I think of myself as a white Malcolm X.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can I be a black BLK generally?
Yeah, I think so. I think all of us can be whatever we want to be, you know?
Yeah,
Okay.
color's color.
Marcus,
Huh?
you don't remember Jaden? Jaden, are you not the smartest rapper in the world?
Oh, yeah, you remember me? Oh, yeah,
Yes,
because
I
on the
remember
beat.
you.
Hey, so what we go out, so what we smoke weed.
All right, come on back up when you're ready for us, Jaden. You got some more input. All right,
Is this the circus tonight?
it's.
What I was wondering.
I'm
Now,
trying.
he's been up before. He was participating.
Still, is this the circus tonight?
I guess that's what's going on. All right, let's bring up Mr. Win. Mr. Win. Okay, for the win.
Oh, the win.
All
How y'all
right,
doing today?
where you from?
Are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, where I'm from,
Yes, sir.
I feel like everywhere, but I'll say I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised.
Mr. Wynn, you sound a little muffled, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me a little better now?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
All right, yeah, I have my finger over the thing. Yeah, I'm Atlanta, Georgia, born in Maryland, though.
okay.
Yeah. How about y'all? Y'all topic is about the white woman Susan played Harriet Tubman.
Yeah.
How funny as heck, man. For real. That's really let's just go. I would say condescending to all our ancestors, to have to is she is this a real serious thing or is it like a joke?
No, it's real. It's for real. She's seriously putting in a lawsuit because they told her she couldn't play Harriet Tubman. She applied for the part, and they told her no.
Wow. Yeah, respectfully so. They've done that to a lot of us. So a lot of our ancestors, and even still currently today, applying for certain jobs. Imagine if you try to go and work at Panda Express right now, if you're melanated, they're going to decline you in a heartbeat. So yeah. Anyway, I think they're just probably going to reject a request. What you think, y'all?
Well, no, it actually has gone past that because she was already scheduled for performance, and they did reject her, but they also asked her to portray two white tea women instead, and she turned down that offer, and she has made a big stink about it.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And she did bring up Hamilton. She brought up Hamilton. And so their reply was that, that was historically different.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, but I think, in my own personal opinion, I'm gonna say, yeah, she's still in the wrong. She know what conscious and perception she's living in today. But why would you want to play Harriet Tubman anyway? Like, technically, what in your spirit make you feel inspired to be this melanated lady? Unless she like took care of your grandchildren or something like that, and you inspired like that. But other than that, it's a slap in the face. What do you guys think?
I think you can be historic. I think you can be historically respectful without trying to a woman.
For sure. I think if he has daughters.
Or like I'll give you a great example. Tina Marie used to write songs that were very respectful of PLK people and women and our leaders, but she didn't try to pretend she was anything but what she was.
Right on.
And so there's a difference between having a respectful tribute and trying to actually portray that character that you're not. I mean,
Yeah. I can say that respectfully publicly. That look what's going on now. Behind closed doors, we'll probably, if they white in the public, they probably dark in the private. Especially if you're a celebrity, they're artists. So it's like, hey, they give you this little freedom to let you know this little part of their life in the public. But behind closed doors, I'm surprised. I'm pretty sure she want to be an Asian woman too, or play her too. They can do that if that's their thing. But we talking about history. It should be a little different.
All right. I normally don't, but let's welcome user. User.
Hi, how are you?
All right. Where you from, user? 778.
I'm from New Jersey, but I'm born in DC.
All right.
But I've been here for some time.
Mr. Wynn, could you mute or turn off your TV or whatever that noise is?
Yeah, you got a bunch of kids. You stepdaddy or something.
Real bad.
Oh well,
Pride in that.
congratulations,
everything.
congratulations, brother. All right.
Alexander Hamilton was born in St. Kitts, so he was a Caribbean person. There's a high likely chance that he might have been of mixed heritage because a lot of people in the Caribbean. Um,
Wait,
well, the
you
thing
said who are we talking about?
I said, Alexander Hamilton was from St. Kitts, so there's no real speaking on his heritage or racial dichotomy. And in those days, depending on what country you come from, like colonization and like a lot of Spaniard or French or Dutch places, you can be passing, if that makes sense, right? Like it benefits you to be passing. So if you're passing or if you're of mixed culture, you would get certain rights, more rights than like a monoracial person because you're of mixed heritage. Um there's no real knowledge of uh Alexander Hamilton's racial makeup. That's all I'm saying. So it's not really the whole Alexander Hamilton thing. It doesn't really bode so well because I watched the play and I also went to go and see his like house in New York. Like there's a house he has in New York.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't really speak on his racial background. And usually when you can't find people's racial background because his mother had passed away, usually that's because people tend to hide it because they want to pass. Most people who are passing in those days to to live a better life, like in the islands and even here in Americas, like they tend to like erase their whole background so they can survive in that time.
Hmm. What you think about this lady playing Harriet Tubman or suing because she was denied the role?
You know, sadly, that's just what they do. Like, I don't know what it is about people of the Caucasus Mountains for some reason. They just don't have like any other own culture. Like my Haitian mom says, like I think she was like they had to come and get us because they're so boring. I don't understand what that is. And it's not really just. It's just in many places. Like that's just what they do. They don't really. Maybe because like a lot of the people here have lost their identity with their European counterparts or something. Because if you think about it, the people here, like really it's been people of color that have raised their kids. You know what I'm saying? And most of the culture that you see, like especially like here, but even in other places, is the adaptation of BLK culture to some extent. Like we call it American culture, but a lot of the culture is like it's not like it's not dosey do. We're not listening to dosey do your partner. That's not really what it is. So I think there's a disassociation sometimes. Now I don't know if what she's doing is out of resentment, but I tend to find a lot of people have a disassociation with their like non-blackness. Like if they're non-black, like you have a lot of people like claiming to be black, and I guess because to some
BLK,
extent,
we use BLK, so we
oh
don't use
sorry,
we can't use
but
the
I
word.
tend to sorry, but I tend to find like a lot of people tend to cosplay BLK, like whether that's like rainbow flag people who are like clearly like Blanco, you know what I'm saying? And their vernacular, their tone, or I would say, an exaggerated version of what they feel it should be. Like that's just what it is. Like everyone wants to cosplay it, and I think it's because like they understand like there is sadly even amongst BLK people like of all identities or people of color, there's a hierarchy of color. So if you're like boring in your own ethnicity, it's like, let me go over to the BLK side and, whatever ethnicity that is. And like, oh, let me show, like, I could say like 4 or 5 things or do a couple dances. And it's like, I would have been boring in my own sector of people. But now it's like, I get pedalized, especially if you have enough pick me's in that culture that want Blanco adjacency. You know what I'm saying? Like they get penalized for doing basically nothing. Like what would be average in amongst BLK people, no matter where you come from? Like for them, it's like extra just because like they have this pasty skin. It's like it's so.
All
That's just
right.
what they do. Like they just always rewrite history. This is why, like a lot of times, I don't. I was telling someone the other day, like I don't trust media that comes from Blanco people. You know, in general, whether that's if they're telling me about Burkina Faso, if they're telling me about BLK history here or whatever. Like, because once you start reading a lot in like old articles and old newspapers,
All right.
they erase those things.
Let me welcome this new person real quick. Thank you for your input though. Captain Stabbing.
Hi, how are you? I'm 41.
Where you from?
I'm from California.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. You kind of had me I hesitated a little bit. I saw the cartoon faces. You get a lot of
I'm good at juking. I
you
could be
get a
the
lot of
running back.
trolls up here. What you got for us?
Yes, I heard that Tom Hanks was actually posed or to play Martin Luther King Jr. biopic.
Hmm. What you think about that?
I think these barriers need to be broken. You know,
Barriers need to be broken. In what way? What do you mean?
You know, so these racial barriers.
Okay, okay. Elaborate.
Um, yeah, like we saw it with Little Mermaid. We saw it with Ghostbusters.
What do you mean, Ghostbusters and Little Mermaid? What do you mean?
We saw. Did you see the female Ghostbusters?
Uh-huh. I saw that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Um, so they did that,
Right,
right? They
right.
like did the gender swap.
Uh-huh. I saw
Get
that.
it? We need more diversity
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in film.
Uh, okay, and then I heard you mention a Little Mermaid. What
Oh yeah, they used a brown skinned woman. I'm not sure what her race was
uh-huh.
to play the Little Mermaid.
Okay, now both of those you used were fictional, not true fictional
Correct. I
characters.
have not seen a mermaid to this day. That is correct.
Yeah, or have you seen any Ghostbusters?
I have seen Ghostbusters, although I have not seen a ghost. No,
Okay, with those protons and it ride around with the
I've tried, but
okay, yeah.
alas, nothing.
So would that be in the same category of this woman portraying Harriet Tubman?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it is in the same category?
Well, that's what we're talking about, like swapping the race swap.
Oh, yeah, like if I was to portray Donald Trump.
Yeah, that
Um,
would be good. Like, remember Chappelle did Black Bush?
I don't. But however,
Okay.
Chappelle is a comedian.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, that tells me tells me a lot. All right, thank you for that. Who else you got here? Let's let's
You know, the Chappelle thing is satire. Is
Yes,
satire.
I didn't think he really thought he was Black Bush.
exactly satire. Thank you. Yeah. Just looking. How you doing?
I'm good.
Welcome back.
So, 51-year-old early 20s, right?
All right.
And I'm from old school. So, American points.
What's on what you got for us? Just looking.
Well, I would say even something like Hamilton was a fictional account of historic events. So there was a lot of swapping identities, stand up to scrutiny, but it wasn't about that either. This Kanye is a European tale, you know, but if you're talking about, you know, George Washington or Rosa Parks or Luther King, Max Milk. I think his name is Milk. Milton in that community.
All right.
We want to have a level.
There go another troll.
You know, you want to have a level of respect to story to represent them as the world. What about Hamilton? Hamilton was a fictional story. No.
No, Hamilton was a real person.
Wasn't nobody singing.
But that was also
Hamilton was a real person, but Hamilton was played by a mixed race Latino. Like I said, Hamilton was from St. Kitts, and his racial background was probably, I mean, me being an islander, there's a lot of.
Alexander Hamilton was European. Yeah, like absolutely straight.
Was that proven European? Or?
No, he's absolutely straight. Founders of our country had no expressions.
Like,
you know the play. Did you have a problem with?
Born here.
Did you have a problem with the play Hamilton being played by African Americans? It was an entertaining play on a historical concept. It wasn't a documentary. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Trying. It kind of was documentary.
I could say is that there was an egregiousness of like BLK people to those set of people. Like, there's no chance that a German person would play like, you know, people in a concentration camp. Like that. So why would it be that? Why would it? It's almost kind of like distinguishing that it has to be accepted by BLK people.
I would even say that, you know, my mom is IT, armed, everything. You know, wasn't going to play Rosa Parks.
Jack, there's all that the motherfucker plays. Put it on.
all right. All right. What the heck? What is going on? What is going on tonight, y'all? What is going on tonight?
It's Friday night. I think the context of what is written is based on set of people who are looking to be freed because of the context of the color. So how could someone who does not have that concept is playing that concept becomes disingenuous within itself and loses the context? Like, it's like your oppressor playing you is mocking. People gonna do what they want to do, right? I mean, really, you should be embarrassed, right? But you know, if I would say like, me personally, saying that Blanco people have shame, they don't. So that's not shocking. It's not surprising. So
Wow.
I do need to make a correction when people said mermaids are European fairy tales. Water deities are a big part of African folklore. So, and that is what we would consider.
Mermaids come from the sirens. That's from Plato.
Well, whatever you want to call them, every group of people, I mean, that group of people also had their version of what a water deity is.
Africans didn't have ocean-bearing ships. Mermaid narrative. It's from Plato and Homer and the Odyssey.
So you're saying that Africans did not have any kind of thing that they called a water deity? There was a mythologized woman who was who had different incantations.
Narrative, no.
actually,
Well,
no.
mermaid narrative comes from Homer's Odyssey.
They didn't call it
That's
mermaids
based on
because
your
they
knowledge,
didn't
but
speak
actually,
English.
that's not true. Actually,
Okay, that's not true.
no, that's not true. I'm Haitian. I'm Haitian, and we're very strong in our African descent stuff. And if you even talk to Africans, the difference is for Africans or Haitians is that we see that water mermaids are people that will steal you and enter you into the sea. Like they'll tell people like that. Look at them. They're not supposed to be like Africans.
Well, the point was they were a mythological feature of, it wasn't whatever you want to call it, semantics aside, it was a form of a woman within the water.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And if you, like I said, I agree with you. It might not be too like.
We get back on the subject, or we're going to talk about mermaids all night.
Well, no, we were
He left.
talking about a fictionalized account that he said was taken.
I know. Yeah, I
Okay.
understand what you were saying, Bone.
Yeah, because he was trying to say that we appropriated them, so they should appropriate us.
They just want to justify the fact that this woman is playing. And I think really what bothers me is the like. I mean, Harriet Tubman. Like you're talking about, escape slavery, so slavery. If so, I mean, as a white tea woman, know nothing about that. I think it's really a slap in the face, and just the fact that she has this attorney that wants to prove a point because that's all it is. It almost sounds like a setup to me.
Even if she has the best intention in her writing, the whole principle is misguided. Like I say, I could write any number of things for a woman, but then to turn around and say I should play the woman that I'm writing about because I'm so in tune with her sexuality is sounding ridiculous.
I mean, these people have blackface, so it's not surprising. Again, the audacity.
Well, she's not doing BOK face.
Yeah, she was gonna do it just like that with her real face.
She's gonna do it with her face,
just like that. Harriet Tubman, just like that.
Do her face, but basically it's erasure. It's a bit like you're just trying to erase. Like,
there you go.
This whole administration is like
right. And then you don't like us anyway, but then you want to portray us, and I'm just over it at this point. So I could just see Orange Face coming back and saying, "Let her do it. Why not? Why not? Why can't she do it?"
I can see that.
The funny thing is, even though they're doing what they're doing, do you think they're bothered that we don't care? I really don't care. Like, actually, she's gonna do it, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna go flat anyway.
Okay, now we got somebody real coming up. Let me welcome Mr. Leander. Yeah, somebody with real thoughts. Come on, Mr. Leander. How you doing, my brother? You muted.
I'm good, Marcus.
All right.
I was just passing through, and y'all's subject matter caught my interest. The first thing that came to my mind was that, remember, before we had any knowledge of Egypt, we thought Egyptians was white people or whitey people. My bad. When we were kids and stuff, you talk about Egyptians, we were thinking Yul Brynner and Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, Ronald just talked about that earlier too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about her playing. Yeah.
Cleopatra.
Yeah. Oh.
Cleopatra. Right. And that's how they had projected or kind of flipped the imagery, and look like that's what they're still trying to do.
Yeah. We got Pablo. Let's see what we got.
Come on, man. It's racist.
Which part is it?
Man, y'all some racist black folks, man.
This woman trying to portray this woman. Oh, that's racist.
Man, listen, let me tell you something. We just got to be men and straighten up this race thing, because there's no people want to complain, but then we're hurting our own kind. We're hurting our own kind. Young boys are over here robbing us, trying to hurt us.
What does that have to do with the subject?
I don't want to talk about that stuff. I want to talk about black crowd.
That's not what we're here about.
Wait, Marcus and white folks. It's our own crowd. So we're about
either you, right? Oh my gosh, Marcus. moon?
I told you.
It's a full moon
They
outside, I believe.
They coming out tonight.
What is Pablo's ancestry? Did he ever say?
He's
Mexican.
yeah, his dad is I thought he said Puerto Rican or Hispanic, one of those Hispanics, and his mom is a BLK.
Well,
And
that's funny that he should say that and talk about people being racist when the Latino culture is notorious for trying to erase black presence. You know,
oh, that's
so
right.
I would have loved to have talked to him about that since he's saying that we are being racist because he is part of a culture that has systemically tried to erase the idea of there being a black BLK presence in the Latino culture. One of the things that they did, Colombia's second president was actually a BLK man, and they somehow the picture got lost, and when they found it, whoever found it tried to turn around and say that repaint the picture to make it a white man. And then um, although they say that Colombia could be as much as almost 40% BLK Latino, but because of the different racial stratifications and how they've done things and who gets rights and who doesn't according to pigment and according to racial makeup, that a lot of those people counts have been sent underground because people don't want to admit to certain things in order to avoid discrimination. The same
Demagoguery of it.
same way in Brazil.
Hmm.
I've been to Colombia, and when you set foot in Colombia, and I've been to Mexico, there's so many brown people in those countries. Like the way those countries work. I speak Spanish, and I share the island with Spanish people. The way those countries work, like I said, they have like a whitening um, ideology, and I'm not saying that other countries don't have it and it's unsaid, but it's very expressed. And
Yes.
their media,
It's pretty much worldwide.
yeah, most of these South
In
American
any
Caribbean
country you go to, worldwide,
yeah,
the
most of these,
lighter your complexity, the higher your status is. See, that's just a social miscue. We know that we're all the same and all of that stuff, underneath. But a social hierarchy has been formed since they invented racism, which was an invention that was not always such.
so a lot of these South American Caribbean countries, most of the most wealthy families are of European descent. Or like slightly mixed,
Right.
but mostly European descent.
You'll say lighter complected.
No, some of them are European, like Spain, from Spain. Spain is European. Portuguese is European. Like they are French. Yeah, they're very of that descent.
Yeah,
Sometimes I think because like there's a lack of a lack of education of like history in general across the Americas. People assume that a country might be all BLK, and it's not. It is a mixture of people. And then if you ever watch like their television shows like Telemundo and stuff like that, if you ever see a BLK person, they will play a criminal, a slave, or maybe like a janky like artist. That's it. And then if you see if you see an
that's the
indigenous
control
person,
of the media.
if you see an
The media
indigenous
is controlled by who?
by Blanco people or European people, yes. So
Okay, so they're going to portray all of their characters in a positive manner and people of color in a negative manner so as to control, a person's mindset.
Yeah. And then
Even though it's not true.
Yeah. And the
But once
marginalization, it's worse in those countries because like people might say like people have like a lot of stuff to say about BLK people or even or other people, whatever, but it's worse in those countries because the desire to be adjacent to Blanco-ness or European people or it's so bad that even the person that looks brown will disown and erase their whole nature. Like there's jobs that you can't even move up in because of your color. Like the last BLK person that I remember listening to Spanish person was Cecilia Cruz. That was a long time ago, and she was not even that dark. And even when most of the Hispanic people that are somewhat brown that maybe don't want to move away from that, they have to usually not infiltrate, but they have to usually come into BLK culture. In Spanish culture, it's like you dilute or we erase you. You can be a dark person. You go into a place and you'll talk to the person at the bodega, and they'll still speak to you in English. They know you speak Spanish, but it's a way to say yeah, you are, but you're not.
I sold out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hold
They
up.
erase them so
Family, peace family.
Wait, let me welcome Azira. Azira, where you from?
Yes.
Where you from,
You said my
Azira?
name perfect. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Marcus.
All right.
I'm from DC.
DC.
No one ever gets my name right, so I really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Welcome to the panel. What you got for us?
Well, I don't know much about this. I read something about this was a one woman act show that this actress had.
Yeah.
It was canceled due to her wanting to portray Harriet Tubman.
Yeah. Should she be able to do that?
Hell no. Sorry, I don't want to.
Thank you. And
Absolutely not. This is a major problem with why our history has become YT washed. I guess I want to be correct. Learning TikTok vocabulary, but yeah, we need our people telling our history. That's it. I'm not gonna sign up to go be Abraham Lincoln because I wouldn't play a really good Abraham Lincoln. You know what I mean? So let's just keep our history so that we can enrichly tell it. What is she going to tell us?
Would we allow John Travolta to play the role of Nat Turner?
No.
exactly.
Oh, I wanted to just share with you. I wanted to just share with you guys what her attorney said.
Please.
We do this why they're actually suing. We do this because we're interested in the impact, he said. We want to send a clear message that the government has a duty to every individual to treat them equally and to treat them fairly. If the San Diego County government can make decisions based on race in this instance, then any county or local government could do the same. And we want to make sure that that stops here. So-called reverse discrimination.
Who are those people? I forgot their names. What's the name of that group that's helping her sue?
Cool.
It says Hubbard's lawyer Chris Barnewall.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah, they doing that.
Pacific Legal Foundations is who's helping to fight for individual. It says fights for individual liberties.
Oh. Yeah, they doing that.
Okay, I have a question. Was this a county sponsored play or whatever? San Diego County, or was this?
Yeah, it is San Diego. It is a county. Yeah, because it says that they refused to comment. So, but yeah, it was. That's what it says.
Isn't this administration removing even some historical things in museums and stuff? I'm surprised he didn't already take down the BLK museum. I think it might have started before that, but definitely after the whole the Indian guy helped to put a lawsuit on education. I think that just pushed it forward 40,000.
Well, I also want to just add that how the heck is she going to take on the role of such a prominent person of our history?
So it wasn't just one though; it was two. It wasn't just Harriet Tubman. It wasn't just her. So how are you supposed to Mary McLeod Bethune?
What?
Yeah, she went up for that role too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
She had already written it. I mean, she already wrote the show.
Now,
Same woman, yeah.
Same woman. Yeah.
As an actress, because I have done some plays, and my kids do in school, right? And so I did play an older YT woman from Still Magnolias. I don't know if you all are familiar with that one. Yes. But I was Clarice. And, you know, but everyone on the, no one on the cast from my school was YT. We were all, black and brown. So I could see the reverse discrimination, allegation, but
This is something she wrote herself. She wrote this herself.
And that's what makes it even more weird. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Well, let me clarify about discrimination. There is no reverse discrimination in that, because the dispute there is the fact that she's talking about a historical figure that we all know was BLK.
correct.
It was about telling you they decided to produce the play Steel Magnolia. Those were fictional characters.
Yep.
Same as us playing in The Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
And those being fictional characters.
Yep.
Now, if a private company wanted to cast only certain people and they were having open auditions and then said, you cannot play the role of whatever you played in Steel Magnolias because of your that would be discrimination.
Right. No, this
But
is
to
white
say-
privilege at its finest. This woman wrote this piece, and she feels like because she voted, she has to play the role, and that's not the case.
But you could have chosen any BLK woman but Harriet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, I don't even think it's genuine.
I mean, she led her people out of slavery. I'm out of slavery. You know nothing about that. I mean, it's just.
But genuine. I'm sorry, perfectly. Go ahead.
I say it's just a pure slap in the face.
But genuine or not, there may be another prime mover in this story, because I'm going to read this. The salary of a one-person show varies widely. Actors in television, regular roles often come with a substantial revenue stream. Stage actors, which this lady was applying for, can earn between $26,063 and $708,331 annually. So money could be a part of this too.
Has anyone read the script? Like, what is the tone of the script? That's what I'm curious about.
It was canceled.
Yeah, it was canceled. I don't even think that. I don't even see the script.
I see that because, like, she could say she's writing about Harriet Tubman, but you don't know how she's writing about it. She might be writing about it like, we want to go back.
Exactly.
Like, the tone.
Oh no. It does say that she was she was portraying these historical figures in a positive light. So she says, we don't know.
You're right. Perfectly. That could be the case, and she might really try to do it in a positive light, but I just it still wouldn't come off right.
I can't believe she said it never occurred to me that might ever be an issue. She says, I was telling their stories, bringing them alive.
Okay, Marcus, stand
Yeah.
first.
I'm gonna get this man.
One sec, y'all let Mr. Leander come on.
Yeah, because y'all like seeming to have an open mind about it, but okay, can't she make her production on a smaller scale, where that she's probably trying to reach too broad of an audience? But if she makes her production on just a local scale, a smaller scale, and if it's sets right, if it's agreeable with the cultural acceptance of the crew, then okay, let it move up the scale, and she could produce it on a higher scale.
No.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I wanted to make it on any scale.
No, exactly.
Any scale.
No.
I wanted to make it on any scale. No, we don't go out portraying.
I'm not. I'm not trying to be the good fellas, or I could go out here and portray one of the Conehead people, or why don't I write a story and portray them, or portray who said Trump.
Right.
I can play Elon or somebody.
Well, I don't
No,
think you would want to.
I mean on a small scale, just to portray.
If it was the curly haired mafia people, and it was someone of, I don't know, of German descent that had like parents that were literally, doing, played a part in
I'll
their
be back, Mr.
demise,
Ronald.
it would never be acceptable. It's like, and to an extent, I could see how this came to be,
Mr.
because
Ronald.
really sadly, like
Look,
a lot of times we give a lot of
one
allocation
second,
for.
user. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Mr. Ronald.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll be back, brother.
Okay. Go ahead, user.
No, I said sadly, us as BLK people, even across the diaspora, I feel like sometimes we loan out black femaleness, right? Don't do it, but I notice a lot of people. But everybody can be a BLK woman, and that, for me, that bothers me. Like there's no protection of our identity.
There is no protection, sister. I agree.
Yeah, like people be like, oh, this is what I don't understand. When people are like, she looks like she could be black. Is she black? What? Like, y'all don't know what black people look like in general? Like, if you have to question, oh, this is black. Now people are like 3% they black.
Yeah,
Hey, user, let's use
Sorry.
BLK and white
I'm so
people.
sorry. Yeah, people are like, they're 3% BLK, 2%. They have a BLK significant other. Their BLK. It's just too ridiculous.
Well, I'm confused though. Now, tell me what you're talking about, because you lost me when you say we just loan out BLK women. I don't know what you mean.
Too. Like I feel like being a BLK woman, like to an extent, a lot of people in our own community have erased us. Right?
What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I don't get that.
Oh, I get valued. I wouldn't say.
Let me ask a question.
No, sis.
Let her finish. Let her finish because I'm really interested in what she's saying.
Meaning, like,
almost agreement with her.
So when I say like there's an attempt to erase us, like it'll be for maybe it's different for me because like in like a lot of other countries, like being like maybe like my biracial mix is its own category. It's not necessarily the same thing. Whereas here, it's like everybody who has even like a minute percentage can represent like a monoracial BLK person. So now, like your image, when you see it because of like this tier of colorism, most of the time, like when they're talking about, oh, it's us, a lot of times it's not. Like even when you look at these love and hip hop shows, it'll be like mixed race people or people who are like, oh, I'm half German, I have this, or like, so this is what leads to this ability, like for sometimes even you'll hear some even BLK men that are dating non what you call people. They'll be like, oh, you're BLK now. Like what? Like, but what I would say is for our men, that is not the same. Like their identity is protected, like to the core. Like even if it's like a mixed race guy, like they don't take on that. They'll be like, oh well, that's that light skin behavior. Like they already X you out. Whereas for us, it's not like that. And I guess because it's because of desirability, and because at the end of the day, even though our men might have like a lower tier, they're still men, right? So sometimes because of that, like we tend to promote our erasure. Like sometimes I think like in 20 years, if you say this is a BLK person, will they look like a white T person? Like because at this rate, is with
there's an agenda to steal our bloodline so that they can, survive.
But a lot of BLK women are trying to look like them also. So now that's
okay. I want to come after you, Bert.
Can I finish talking? So when we're walking around and we feel like we have to have the slickest hair, the longest hair, the longest extensions, this and that. So are we being disingenuous to ourselves?
Well, a lot of us are, but all of us aren't. And so for those who are, having that self-love and awareness helps us to identify who we are. But then I do understand what the sister under me is saying as far as trying to, evaporate us because everyone else thinks they can be us better than us.
But we have to learn how to accept ourselves, and not conform to what we feel society is going to accept.
I think women tend to want to be with men and men want to be with women. So if you are a BLK woman, right, your desire is to want to be most of the time with the BLK men. So sometimes the men will be like, oh, well, I like natural hair, but the natural hair they're looking for, if you watch after a while watching all the images and everything, we also swallow some of the anti-selfness. If that makes sense.
Okay, not to me, because I'm serious. I don't understand where this is all coming from. I'm being honest. You lost me.
Really? I mean,
hold on. Let's let Mr. Leander speak. We'll get back to Mr. Baum afterwards.
I remember when Bomb, I ain't gonna call you sex bomb, dude, because you're a dude.
Well, I'm not asking you to think I'm sexy either, so make your point.
Okay, Bomb. Okay.
You ain't sexy to me either, so don't worry.
Okay. Now, see, I remember where you lost track of the conversation and how it went where it went. Because I was trying my best to stay on the Harriet Tubman.
Well, go ahead and make your point, Mr. Leander.
Yeah. Okay, but perfect. Most, you may speak of your personal experience, but I'm not anyway kind of like that kind of guy. I identify as a black person. You can see my picture. I look like whatever I look.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Yeah, that too. And but I accept every woman in her natural glory. You don't have to do anything because I'm dealing with you as a person, not as so much influenced by your appearance. But because once I get past that, I want to know how you think and what values you have.
But you're the minority. You're the minority. Men don't look at women because of what's on the inside. That's not your first. That's not what you see at first. And BLK right. Women are trying to conform because they feel like this is what men are going after. This is what they like. So this is how they feel like they need to look. Well,
I understand.
A lot of BLK women feel that way, and it's very disheartening that they feel like they have to be somebody that they aren't. I don't think it's that they're comfortable with themselves. I think it's that they're trying to be somebody that they're not.
Perfectly, I'm not sure because men can tell a woman, look, I like you in your natural state. I want to see you with your natural hair. You don't need them BBLs and all that stuff. For women, some women I've seen go get that anyway.
But you don't understand because you're a man, so you're not hearing what women hear.
Oh,
I'm hearing you.
And I'm not hearing you. People are not saying that to you, so you don't hear it, and you are older, so you got to understand what the older generation may be that way, but the younger generation, they're not being told to be natural. Trust me.
oh, okay.
It's not being promoted for
Right.
women to even respect themselves.
Let me get in here since
That's what's existed in the BLK community. Like
right.
This is like not nothing new. Like texturism and colorism, and all that is part of like white tea supremacy. And to some extent, unfortunately, like I don't know if we ever really created our own system to dismantle some of our own problems. Because obviously there's problems that came out of being in this traumatic situation.
User, let me ask you, what's your ethnic background?
I'm Haitian.
Okay, okay, full 100% Haitian.
Both of my parents are Haitian.
Oh, okay, okay, that's cool. I was just wondering. Come on, Miss.
But when I see these problems,
One
like when I
sec.
see
We got you. We got 1 sec. Let Mr. Ronald go, and then we come back to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, chat. Good afternoon, panel. We welcome you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for your time. If you do not follow the live creator at this time, you may do so anytime during the live, before the live, and or after the live. You can always help him reach some of his live goals one way is hit gold star to the bottom left of the screen. Please share this live with as many people as you can for the duration of this live. We greatly appreciate that. Hit the white arrow to the bottom right of the screen. We accept any gifts and appreciate them very much. Big or small, does not matter. We appreciate it. Also, you can become a fan club member and or you can subscribe to the live creators panel. But one thing we need you to do at this time, thanks for the gift there, user. One thing we ask you to do is please tap the screen so we can achieve our live goals. That will be mostly appreciated. Tap if you get tired, take a break, tap some more. We appreciate it. And we're here every night at 11 p.m. Central. Thanks again for your time. Back to you, Marcus.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Disconnected. Azira. Um.
I
Yeah.
guess I don't understand how
I was just saying.
interpersonal. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait. I'm sorry.
No, I was just. I heard y'all talking about hair, and that's why I had asked. I didn't know what the context was, but that's all I wanted to say. Come on, Mr. Ball.
Um, and BLK men are also uh part of the texturism and the complexionism trauma too. So we've suffered too under that. What I was saying was I don't understand how that kind of thing translated into making it easier for this misguided, let's just assume she is a wonderful woman who wants to bring light to the experience, she's incredibly misguided, and I don't think I should be playing Harriet Tubman any more than she should be. But I don't understand how us devaluing BLK women had anything to do with this crazy woman and her misguided savior complex or whatever it may be, because she may be the most wonderful minded and thought of woman. I just think she's a little bit looney tune. And then to think, if she wanted to put on the play at her own expense and read out a playhouse, that would be one thing, but to think she should do it on county's dime is another, any more than I would expect the Detroit Opera House to sponsor me playing Harriet Tubman or Ethel Merman. So I think it's just ridiculous at this point.
Yeah.
Well, one thing.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Ronald. I would.
One thing I wanted to bring up that perfectly and the user 177 brought about was inadvertently the value of a BLK woman. And I gotta let y'all know, it's not your appearance that makes you a BLK woman. It's your inner strength. No woman is made like you anywhere on the world. And for me, and a lot of others that y'all don't realize, that is what makes you attractive. Your very beautiful inner strength.
Thank you, Ronald.
Amen.
Well spoken.
So I wanted to give you guys a little history on this lady, because I think we're just getting part of the story. So she asked if she could perform her show for Women's History Month, and she said she gave them a list of characters to pick from. They actually chose a YT abolitionist who was Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Okay.
So she was the one who chose Harriet Tubman and also Mary McLeod Bethune, and said a couple weeks before the show they asked her to swap out those characters for YC characters, and she refused. So this was definitely her own doing. And I just, I like I said, I just, my heart believes it was just a setup for her. I think this is something she anticipated would happen, and she felt like, she wanted to go get justice as she saw it.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Well,
She planned the whole thing out.
I think it was planned.
Huh.
Well, like I say, I think she's a crackpot if she thinks that she should be able to do it on somebody else's. Like I say, if I wanted to take my money and plays are financed. All these Broadway shows that you see, these are well financed things, along with the most simple playhouse production. Somebody pays for these things. So if, like I say, if I want to get a sponsor or if I have the money to throw away and say I want to play a tribute to Ethel Merman, there's no business like show business. I think that's stupid, but hey, if I'm willing to pay for it, but she's asking the taxpayer to do it on their dime. No, I don't have the money for you to play Harriet Tubman. You do that among your friends, or you invite people over and do a one woman reading, have a tea party or a backyard set, whatever. But I just think she sounds like a crackpot at the very worst. I mean, at the very best, and she might be doing it as a setup, like Perfectly said, at the worst to get some money. But I'm hoping that somebody good sense will prevail and she don't get anything because, like I say, I don't think I should be playing Harriet Tubman no more than she should be.
Are you saying like
Omi's asking the chat, did she win her lawsuit?
And
It's still pending.
somebody else is asking, can somebody clarify the topic? So this
right? I
lady,
see that.
yeah, this lady is suing. She, you want to give us a breakdown perfectly, or you want me to do it?
You can go ahead.
Okay, this lady is went up for a part to play this one man play, one woman, one person play of Harriet Tubman. They basically told her no, she would not be right for the part. She asked why, because I'm white tea. They said, yeah, wouldn't work. And so she got all upset and said she think it would, oh, good night, user. So
Not user.
she said that she wanted to play the part. So basically now she's suing because she was denied the part of Harriet Tubman.
Didn't I tell you all something funny? You all might just for a laugh about this.
Speaking of funny,
It's already fun.
When I was a kid, I knew my father did not like. I'm very upfront. I've told you all my father didn't approve of the interracial marriage thing or whatever. So when I was about 15, we had a big family gathering, and in front of everybody, I said something stupid and talked about how beautiful I thought Farrah Fawcett was. And my daddy said, "You and these YT, you and Farrah Fawcett." And so I looked at him and said, "Oh, Daddy, don't worry. I don't want to marry her. I just like to dress up like her when you're gone from home." And of course, he floored me. I thought it was funny as hello operator. And now that I think about it, I want to be one of Charlie's Angels, and I want the county to pay for me to put on the play. So that makes about as much sense.
Hey, I thought you were being somewhat facetious, and I think you were.
That is what I did I just to embarrass my father because I knew he had all these ideas
hey,
that I thought it was funny as hell. Hello, operation.
hey, Bob, did you say that in front of people, or was it just your dad?
I said it in front of the whole family to every
Oh my
person
goodness!
because he had all the, and of course I got the backhand and hit the floor. But
Did you get in trouble later on that night, or he just gave you that went off and
No,
sent you?
I really hit the floor, but was I was one of them smart mouths, but thinking about how ridiculous that was, and in terms of this, it was no more ridiculous than what this crazy lady is wanting the county to support her doing.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Marcus.
Yes, sir.
Would woman have did this under a different president?
You know what? That is a great question because
I'm with you, Ronald, all the way.
it seems like people are getting emboldened.
Yeah, he created an environment where that it's okay.
Yeah.
And
They
speaking
feel
of
so protected. They feel so protected.
47, you know him and Elo fell out.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, they beefing right now.
But guess what? While all that was going on, Supreme Court said it was okay to get into our Social Security, personal information, and they sided with them about you can't investigate Doge. There is no Freedom of Information Act information that you can get information on Doge. So while all this little circus clown show was playing out on X, the Supreme Court sided with them about those 2 points.
Wow.
that's some criminal activity there.
That is low. That is some sneaky backdoor stuff right there.
Yep. So yeah, all this crazy stuff, this Harriet Tubman woman and everybody else, like I say, I want to be one of Charlie's Angels. I mean,
I wish you your best. I don't know what doing that role, but go for it.
Forget Charlie's Angels, the Bionic Woman.
right.
Miss America or something.
You know, I'm at the border, so I need to be.
Still, Mr.
I'm at the
McBride,
border,
come
so
on.
I can jump over to Canada. You know, in the bionic world,
I want to
if
hear.
things get too crazy here.
I want to hear Mr. McBride. Oh, my bad, y'all.
So yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bond.
just how ridiculous these things have gotten, and at the same time, as ridiculous as this is, how serious it is on another level, because they've got all our information, and we cannot even get information about what they're doing from the Freedom of Information Act about Doge.
I told you.
And let me read this, y'all. I just found it ironic. And Mo Better Blues from the chat says, and Superman ain't never saved a BLK person.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, Richard Pryor?
No, you're going way out there.
Richard, wait,
It's true.
what
It's
didn't he say Richard Pryor and when?
No, Richard Pryor was helping him actually.
Oh,
Put a question in the comments way back. What was there any black people in the Wizard of Oz?
well, that's
The whole BLK production.
all right. We had the Wiz. Yeah,
Original, no.
that's all right. We had the Wiz.
No, but it
Greatest thing
wasn't easy
smoking.
being green either.
They came back 30 years, 40, 50 years later and did the Wiz.
And the
Right,
Wiz,
Donna Ross.
yeah, Nipsey
Seven
Russell
Bills.
and Mike, and it's a classic to this day.
And you know what? I mean, we are not talking about movies, I know, but please, y'all, forgive me on this one. And another reason that I did not like the last BLK movie that came out, and certain people said, oh, it was a great scenery and the movie looked good and everything. They shot all this movie in an abandoned barn.
Where? I mean, what
What
movie?
movie are you
I'm
talking
talking about
about?
Sinners. I already know what he's talking. I already know Sinners.
It was shot in a barn, really?
And they talking about doing a part 2.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a part looked like it was in a barn. Like they had one of those.
The whole thing, except for when they went to the little fake town, the whole thing was shot in that abandoned barn.
Because the fake, the background was like a background screen.
So you mean when we look at Peyton Place, it really wasn't shot in a small town?
No. Oh, okay. Good.
You learn something new every day.
Yeah, smoke and mirrors. You know, these the masters of
The
smoke.
barn wasn't smoke and mirrors. It was a real old abandoned barn.
Yeah, that's true. I was talking about the town when he was saying that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's great, great. You know, I thought it was a pretty good movie myself.
I'm just joining in about this lady here sues to play Harriet Tubman.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
did you
go
hear
back.
did you hear about that, French?
No.
What you think? Well, okay, let me
There's
this lady came up to play. She was, wait a minute, what was it perfectly? She was offered the gig. She was perfectly like it's your story. Um
Someone says she wrote the play.
yeah, and she wanted to, but she was offered three different roles, some white chick, and Mary McAloo and Harriet Tubman. And she chose to play Harriet Tubman. And when she came up to play Harriet Tubman, the people said, "No, no, you're not a good fit." And she was saying, "Why? Because I'm white tees." They like, "Yeah, pretty much. You trying to play Harriet Tubman, so that's a no go."
Pretty much.
Yeah, so she like, "Well, what about Hamilton?" And it's not the same. It's not the same. So
Right.
now she said, according to her, she wasn't going to sue at first until she was approached by these attorneys or this other group of people. So now she's suing for the right to play Harriet Tubman.
She's trying to capitalize off of a suggestion.
Yeah. What you think about that, French?
You know, I ain't gonna like it. Not even me. I'm like light as I am. I wouldn't feel like I should.
If she was,
I mean, I'm be okay, but you know, I'm like light complexion. I would wonder somebody would have a little more melanin, you know, or give me a tan. Or, you know, I'm somebody got a. I don't know about how dark truly Harriet Tubman was, as far as her skin complexion, but I just think you should try to get as close as possible. Someone that looks that favors as
they have
close as possible.
actual living pictures of Harriet Tubman. She was a very dark skinned woman.
So it's like I'm gonna be okay, but I'm gonna light complexion be okay. But I just think me personally, I'd rather get something that look someone that looks more closer to
Sure,
exactly
yeah.
the features and everything.
Like Cicely Tyson or somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
But
Answer Mighty Al's question in the chat. Would she play in BLK face? No, she would appear just as she is here.
yeah,
No,
she
we
was going,
can't put what.
I think people they just really trying to play people. This is not the first time
I
people have
thought I
done
saw
this. You know, try
Lunabelle.
to play with.
Hey, Seamus. Yeah, McBride was in here earlier. I don't know if he still is or not.
Yeah, yeah, I was
I think
trying
that's
to.
his way they're trying to make a paint a picture to say, well, you guys always playing, some of us always trying to fight about lawsuits, so why can't we do it? Like, what's the difference? Trying to make a point. I mean, that's one reason I can see them doing this.
and
Yeah,
on top of that, she wants to do it on the county's dime.
See,
yeah,
that's
They always say that,
yeah,
disturbs me.
yeah. Bomb don't like that at all. Yeah,
this look like the Beverly Hillbilly. You know the lady?
Right. Right. That's what I was thinking.
And the banjos and everything playing the song.
Was thinking about Granny when I first saw her. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
I saw
Granny. Granny just got the #1 gifter badge. Yeah.
Well, it's the only reason I'm saying it didn't offend me. It didn't offend me, but the point I'm making is that if she wanted to put on this play and finance it herself, that's one thing. But why should the taxpayers have to finance you being a crackpot?
Yeah,
But what can she contribute? How can she feel this? What Harriet went through?
Even if
exactly.
she's a brilliant writer, it's just ridiculous. Like I say, I shouldn't play Harriet Tubman either. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what you mean.
She looked just like Granny. I couldn't stand that shit. I'll be honest with you. I'm serious. Maybe because I was still, I don't know, I was funny acting one as a little girl. I didn't like none of that crap. I didn't like Green Acres. I couldn't stand that stuff. I just would turn the channels. It just didn't. I don't know.
I feel you because it didn't sit well with me. It was, you know, when I was growing up, we only had 3 channels on the TV, and it was like Green Acres, Gunsmoke, or man.
So she also says grammar. But I decided that if I was going to celebrate historical figures who stood up to injustice at a time when their lives were at stake, I could stand up for justice today. I filed a federal lawsuit against the library for violating my constitutional rights under the Equal Protection Clause. The library canceled my performance based on my race, and that's illegal discrimination.
Wow.
Now, can I be serious? I just thought about something perfectly, which you all made me think about. There is a group of people here that call the Detroit Repertory Theater, and it was started actually by some YTJ people. And it was, the theater company was started in the 60s or the late 50s in order to put on plays that addressed racial, ethnic, and religious inequalities. And what they did in their benevolent effort was they were never segregated audiences, and they put on plays that gave tribute to mostly our community, but, you know, other marginalized productions.
Yeah.
And they gave opportunities to other people. They didn't try to play those people themselves. They provided opportunities, and some of those plays were written by non-BOK people. So that's how you help to bring dignity to a cause. But you don't sit there and, once again, I don't sit there and write a play about beautiful BLK women and then talk about I want to dress up as Geraldine and be one of y'all.
All right. What's wrong with
I
these
mean,
people?
you know. So yeah,
Hey, y'all, can we get some help tapping the screen? Please tap your screen.
We should be at 50.
So, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so McBride said to tell you guys since Idris Elba was named James Bond, YT people have been going crazy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. He did.
Oh, is he going to be the new James Bond?
Yeah, they fought against that for a while too. Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
But,
But the,
Panama Raider in the chat.
This hits 007 roll.
No,
Panama Raider in the chat has a question for the panel. Did they have a problem with the original Hamilton actors portraying folks?
that was that was that's something totally different.
Right,
Yeah,
Hamilton.
that was their agenda. That was their agenda.
And Hamilton's a musical. It's not supposed to be strictly a fictional portrayal of. It was supposed to be. Didn't they have? I didn't see Hamilton, but from what I heard, didn't they have some alphabet characters in there too?
Yes.
So it was supposed.
In all Broadway productions, there are a lot of alphabet people.
No, not the people playing them. I mean the people. It was supposed to and
people being portrayed.
Yeah, so it was kind of like a musical about the times and told through that lens in a musical kind of imagination way. That's what I thought.
No, Greta said it's an interpretation of history as of theater musical.
Okay, that's a whole different thing. And once again, if this woman who claims that she has all this reverence. She should stay in her lane, and if she wants to play a character in the play one that is appropriate for play. Like I said, Detroit Repertory Theater, she should actually go and get in touch with them, and they'll tell her how to do those kind of productions.
Yeah, Hamilton was rhetorical, right? It wasn't.
Yeah,
was,
a musical satire. It was
I mean, satirical. Yeah, that's what I mean.
an
Yeah, satire.
imagination.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
But just saying history belongs to all of us, and it's not the property of any one racial or ethnic group. But our history, as we know, was rewritten. So you can't.
History belongs to everybody.
Exactly. I want to know who was going to be there, who was going to come see this foolish lady portray Harriet Tubman, who really was going to support that.
So when they tell the historical story of Ronald Burns and Marcus Maxwell, they're going to make my mother their mama's best friend, because history belongs to whoever decides to insert themselves. I mean, I'm not. If you want to talk, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right, because she was just going to be a laughing stock. Well, or Harriet Tubman was going to be a laughing stock. I can imagine being pretty snap.
Even if it was supposed to be a respectful play, you're just going to insert anybody in history you want to because it belongs to everybody.
No, I don't think that's appropriate social behavior. Okay, I don't know if any of you are familiar with Jane Elliott.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jane Elliott is well versed in the controversy, the dilemma, the racist crisis. I would give her a better chance, not that I even would approve of her playing the role, but I know that she's deep into the history and the content and context. But I don't know this particular woman. I don't know what she understands about our cultural experience. But if she go through the necessary strategical maneuvers, okay, cool. Because I know you understand the experience, so you can relate to it. But I don't know her.
But she can never be BLK. She can never relate. You may be able to empathize or sympathize with the story, but that's all.
Okay, you're exactly right. Exactly right.
Well, let's see. Now, with that logic, I was a Farrah Fawcett fan. I also have been through cancer, so therefore I should play Farrah Fawcett when they do a movie about her. One thing makes as much sense as the other. And for the record, before anybody I have no desire to be Farrah Fawcett, but if we want to just be ridiculous,
why did you suggest it?
Let's just be ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah.
No need for us to be ridiculous. Let's get back on the.
And back on the just for the James Bond, he is set to play James Bond, but they also is going to have a YT James Bond playing beside him. So he won't exactly be solo, but he'll
wow.
he's going to be a 00.
Who's the guy?
Oh wow.
Idris Elba to play.
I thought they tried a long time ago, but I thought they got debunked. I thought they,
Yeah, they didn't want to do it, but now he's going to be James Bond.
But he got to have somebody else with him.
Colorado Britta, who's going to beat the new James Bond? Who's going to beat
She
him?
can play Diana Ross.
Yeah, Colorado Britta.
Play Diana Ross. Diana Ross to play Diana Ross.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that she wants to do this to try to prove a point that she can be. I mean, as a way of saying, I want to show people that I can play the role as any other actress.
Oh no, I think it's
bless her if she could pull it off.
No,
I don't be
no,
distracted.
I think
Because
it's
people are visual. It's just, I mean, you know, people see or people hear and listen, but just to see that and then try to hear her playing the role of someone that we know, that's gonna be too much distraction. Try to, I don't know.
I think
So
it's
I
like
found one where
I think it's
the actual lawsuit is on here.
come on.
It's actually on Justia, that's the legal app, and it says Hubble ETAL versus Acosta ETAL. So this was actually filed May 1st of 2025.
Who said it
And
was old and they just filed the lawsuit?
it says her name as the plaintiff and San Diego County Library as the defendant, and nature of suit, it says civil rights other racial, and then cause of action is racial discrimination.
I'm kind of leaning towards what Perfect had said earlier when she said it was a setup. She knew that this was going to fall the way it fell, or she was hoping it fell the way it fell, so she could do a money grab, a lawsuit.
Was this a play she's trying to do in San Diego, or?
Yeah, a one woman play, a one
Oh, I've
person
been to
play.
that theater down in San Diego before. Okay.
Yeah, that's what she was trying to do, and she's trying to
You
pretend.
know, all the men on this panel are from a different city. So we should file a class action lawsuit after we put in applications to be managers at Victoria's Secrets.
Yeah.
And we could we could get some real money out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all brave enough to?
I'll let you take the lead on that, Bob.
Are y'all brave enough to go in with me?
No.
Yeah.
That's expendable finances, and if you tell me the details, we can go there.
I don't hear Ronald and Maxwell talking, being so anxious. So I don't.
Okay, it'd be okay. First, you was
Don't come looking for money.
You got to throw out a bigger bone than that. I understand. See, I'm retired.
Don't come looking for none of my money.
No, you come looking for none of mine.
I cheer you on to say, take that, take that.
Oh, here you go.
We gotta go there, Marcus.
First day, if any of us would get hired, it'd be a sexual lawsuit.
So there's an actress, her last name is Chandler. She said that she played as Harriet Tubman. She said, even as a BLK woman, it was one of the most difficult roles I've ever had to play.
And Colorado Frida got the number 3 gifter. I'm sorry, perfectly.
This is from a BLK woman, that has been an actress for a long time, who is saying,
I can only imagine what Harriet Tubman went through as a woman.
Mm-hmm. And mentally get your mind in that state.
Trying to do.
Let's welcome.
I mean, she sacrificed her life and gave her life to that cause that she believed in.
Yeah. And then had a fight with her own kind to try to get them on board.
Yes.
Carry their weight. She carried everybody else's weight.
Let me welcome Homeschool to the panel real quick.
Hello, hi.
Homeschool.
Thank you for accepting.
What you speaking real? How old are you, Homeschool?
What was that?
I said, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 43 and I'm homeschool Afro Latina in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, okay. What you got for us?
I think what?
What do you have? What do you want to say to us, to everybody?
Oh well, I learned about Harry Truman in my country, back in my country. But then when I came here to college, I went to college. She's so important that.
Wait. Where you from? Where you from?
The Dominican Republic.
And they talk about Harriet Tubman over there? They taught y'all about her over there?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, that's great.
Oh wow, she's international. See, I told y'all we got international figures in
Well,
our.
it would be international if they talked about over here in school.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, really? Oh my God. When I went to English college to learn English in college, they teach us about Harry Truman too. You know, in a deeper level.
Wow.
And I am so proud. I am so proud. You guys have great names. Very important.
They teach you more over there than they teach us here.
What's your major over the Dominican? What was your major?
I'm an actress. Actress.
Yes, I knew it. I knew it because I've been to Dominican. They have funds guys over the Dominican when it comes to art. When I went to the Dominican one year, at one of the resorts, they talked about that they have a lot of money invested to them. They go to New York for acting, arts, and theaters.
Okay, come on.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Yes.
talk. Go ahead. I love to talk.
Yes. Yeah. For the last like maybe 20 years, we have some Dominican names. You know. But what we have more is baseball people. You know, baseball players. That's that's why people know us more. When I migrated here 22 years ago, people didn't know. I had to tell them. I had to let them know it's Sammy Sosa's place. And then they'll be, oh, okay. People thought it was like from Salvador or Guatemala. And I have to explain to them, you know.
What do you think about Sammy Sosa dying his skin homeschool?
Oh, I think he just want to go viral. No Dominican acts like that. We don't act like that. We like our cinnamon, you know, skin. I think he just wanted to be, to be news.
So, do you call yourself an Afro Latina, or that's what your country calls you?
No, I learned that here. In my country, we just Dominicans. You know, we don't have the white Dominicans, black Dominicans. We don't have that as. No, we don't. We don't. We know there is, there is what it is. There is racism. There is um privileged people, but in all areas, not only in one area. So here in America, in United States, it's a little bit, it's different. And I learned that here. I learned about that here. That really about all of the entitles to be what entitles to be a Afro descendant person. You know.
So, have you ever been told of or trace your roots to what your origins are?
Yes, we know very much. I met my great 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 grandmother on my mother's side, and my great great grandfather on my father's side, my grandparents, of course. And we know that we have, European, we have Afro, we have natives, and in my mother's side, we have Asian, we have people from Japan. I grew up next to a community from El Congo. So we have these reserves there, just as you have it here for indigenous, we have it there for communities from Africa. We have from El Congo, from Nigeria, Mozambique. These communities that they don't mix much. We respect them. They invite us. They invite, the neighbors to come and enjoy their music and food, but they don't really mix with the government, just like the Indian reservations here.
Oh, okay.
But we know we all mix. We know this is kindergarten that we have, that of course the colonizers they brought African people to work to be slaves. We know all of that, of course.
Interesting.
I'm gonna let you go there, Ronald. I have just a slightly different perception, and it's that okay. I don't want to just try to nail down the year and date, but there was a time when we accepted each other from their identity, their culture. But there came a time where that someone implemented a social structure that the lighter tone your skin was, the more advantages you would have.
Yeah, but she said she learned all of that here.
That's different.
Yeah, no, see, when in my own family we have all shades, but we don't refer to each other as the darker skin, the lighter skin. We don't do that. Now we know there is racism, of course. There's always, but I didn't experience it as bad, like as obvious. Maybe it might be ignorance, from my part. Like some things might be racist, and I didn't take it as. But it's been lately, and it's been here really where I learned. And the racism
Homeschool.
here.
Can I ask how old you are?
Yeah, I'll be 44 in 2 months.
Oh, okay. So that's different. I get you. I get you.
So the latest generations, maybe they're more aware of that, but it's a lot of this, I would say campaign. They come from Europe more than anything. I think, from Europe to America. All of this colorismo and color you. I just found out like last year that I was fair skin. I never heard. I heard that term, but I didn't understand.
You didn't know that you were fair skinned?
They told me, oh, you got it easy because you're fair skin. I'm like, what is that?
It's probably the language, Lysandra, because that's how it is. Like certain countries and stuff, they're not used to the terminology here in America, unless they, get around a lot of American Western people.
Fair skin, hair texture, those, yeah, little implements that really don't mean that much, but that's how we separate ourselves, which we shouldn't.
But I'm
And
gonna be honest.
we did it.
I'm gonna be honest. Homeschool. I knew you. I mean, you sound like you're younger, but I'm 60 years old. So when I went to Dominican to go to the resort for my birthday, stayed on a resort for my birthday 1 year, but this was some years back. You probably were maybe could have been maybe how many years ago was that? I think I was in my 40s. Might have been my 40th birthday or 40, so that's 20 something years ago. So you probably in your 20s. I noticed that when I was on the resort, but that's the resort, that I saw a lot of entertainers and stuff that was because I went to the amphitheater to see the performance and all that stuff on the resorts. And I seen a lot of, as people say, fair skin on there. I didn't really see any. I don't recall any melanated with or a darker complexion on the stage. It was basically pretty much a lot of the fair skin. So I don't know, and I knew that's why I asked you that question, what you study and major in, because from what I gathered for the time I was there, that they were known for. They talked about funds and me. I'm always asking questions about theater because I like that kind of stuff and art. About they have a lot of funds that come into the country. Um, is that true? Are they still doing that now? Or and they send them to the United States because some places in the United States do fund things to help people, even the government when it comes to stuff like that.
Yes, I came here. I came to Las Vegas to work in a show in the Sahara, at the Sahara Casino in 2002. And I auditioned there in Bávaro, in the resorts in Bávaro. That is next to Punta Cana. I was entertaining there. I was a dancer and a singer there. And I auditioned. I came here as a dancer for a casino. But the two men that were chosen, they were blacks. They were like one of them was Haitian, half Haitian. And I see if it's about music, you see a lot of darker skin. I don't know why is that, but we are We are like 70% darker. We're 70% like mixed, very, very. You will say like we look like the Black Americans. Is 70% over there. Very.
Because Black Americans cover every spectrum of gradation.
Be okay, y'all.
Yeah. Well, did I say?
Yeah,
I,
be okay is
I,
cool.
I said grace.
BL, yeah, be okay. Because we can't use the same word too many times. It's gonna trigger.
I know, but I don't think it triggered anything because we span every degradation of the spectrum. I never said BLK or the other word.
Yeah, that's what we say. That's what we say. We say be okay.
Okay, I got it.
Excuse me. So y'all know that I admit when I think I might not be correct. So I had to, y'all know I'm a researcher, so I had to research Annette Hubble. So she has a Annette Hubble Productions, and she actually has a curriculum for the Christian homeschool, um, and it actually includes, all of the women that we have spoken about and other ones. Sojourner Truth. Um, yeah, so maybe this is really an interest of hers, but I say that to say I still feel that it's not her place to try to portray these great women of color. I just still feel she's not able to do that. But this this website that she has looks totally legit, and looks like she's trying to do good things, but I just don't think that was one of the good things that she did.
I agree
It's
with you
okay, and
completely.
I agree because I think if she put in the same time as a sister like Jane Elliott all her life, I have a little trust in Jane Elliott. But I'm just now getting exposed to this young woman. Well, she's not that young, but I need to. I'm going to look her up. I'm going to find out, get her background. I don't know if she'll get my approval.
Maybe she don't want people to see color. Maybe she want people to get the message. I don't know. I don't know this woman, so I don't know what she's thinking or why she's. I can't read her mind.
About the message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to hear her message, but maybe not on as large a scale.
Right.
I agree.
No, I'm not about that message because I can be an ally to women, and every man should be an ally to women, and in every way possible, we could think about how we want to protect, affirm, and learn from women. But at no time do I think I should replace a woman in a woman's.
Right. Because I'm thinking that, because I'm just thinking now, maybe I wonder because she wants to reach out to her kind to see, and but using her face to do it, because since a lot of other ones don't want to seem to don't seem to get the message from the authentic.
Well, then if she does that, she's part of the problem, because the problem should be that she should be out there getting the word to her people to listen to us, not to say the message needs to come from her. We don't need people doing that.
Right.
Queenie D just became the 32nd fan in the fan club.
Reading these testimonials the testimonials that people have left on her website. Hold on. These testimonials that people have left on her website shows that this is not the first time that she has portrayed these people. Like, she has done this in different places, and people are actually praising her. Some people are actually praising her for her performances.
Well, it wouldn't be me, and it wouldn't
Right.
be nobody like me.
Right. Exactly.
I don't agree with her playing that on no scale. Now,
Right. I don't either.
if she did it in the third person, or something like that, not trying to exactly be that person,
Right. I
telling
get
the
it.
story of how this person was a great person or how she felt about that person, then I can see that. But no, I don't think no,
Yeah, I
no,
don't agree
Well,
with
that's
anything, if I may, someone in the chat said maybe I'm too white to understand. Well, let me try to alleviate that confusion.
Ronald, don't do that. Don't do that, man.
let him talk.
Ronald,
Let him. No,
please let me
hold
speak.
on, Leander, Mr. Leander.
Okay, the reason is that most of our history has been erased, rewritten, and as of today is still being rewritten and trying to get rid of. We're only trying to preserve little history that we know of and keep it true.
Yes. Totally. And we must keep all books, keep in physical, no in PDF, no, and also get DVDs with with the information because they're erasing a lot of stuff. It's not only about this; it's about many things, medicine, many things. We should keep physical evidence of everything in our family.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, I don't agree with her playing that at all. That to me, it looked like it's opening the door for something else. And 50 years from now, Harriet Tubman will get lighter and lighter. Next thing you know, it was this 100 years from now, it was a white tea woman that helped all the BLK. And no, I just see it going too far.
And then when you think of what she's doing, and she has this whole program, this system out for kids, and you think about what she's doing it. So who's next? Who's next to start portraying these beautiful people of color? Are these kids gonna start doing it? And you know how kids are. They can be very mean. They can be very spiteful, very hateful, and you just don't want things like that. Um, to start happening. And I can just see, unfortunately, that this is where it will end up leading to.
Yeah.
So are you telling me that they're trying to find ways to sneak in to get rid of all the BAK actresses and stuff and actors, right? By starting this, a lot of times people start off like gentrification starts on one person, and they can be very patient and wait 30 years, and then next, boom, things has changed.
I mean, they already proved it. They already proved how they get out and what they're doing. Look at like Mr. Ronald said earlier, Cleopatra. We know Cleopatra. What was that lady name that played Cleopatra again? Elizabeth Taylor. Yes. No, we know Cleopatra didn't look like her.
Right.
And Brad Pitt playing the Mexican and that old
Brenner.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yul Brynner, and who was that guy who played Othello? And that guy. No, that's just now they trying to come out in the open with it and just get too bold with it. No.
McBride
Ne-
said David Beck. Oh, they tried to say David Beckham was BLK.
See,
Yeah,
that
said white.
Well, y'all forgot the other one too,
Right,
the cowboy.
next thing you
Who?
know, they're gonna
No,
next,
forgot the guy's name.
Rain.
No, right, wrong, right. They made
Long
it seem
Range.
he was a YT man. He was a BLK.
yeah.
That was a brother from Oklahoma.
I ain't learned that until some years back. I said, what?
Right.
We kept that all those years growing up, thinking it was a YT man.
Yeah. No, that was Bass. Was it Bass Reeves?
Until they did a documentary on TV and showed who he was.
Yeah.
He was something on him.
Yeah, that was a brother.
Mm-hmm.
He was running Oklahoma territory, Indian territory.
And they still don't talk about too much. That's need to get back out there and let people know.
That was the real Lone Ranger. They showed us pictures of dude in the mask on the white horse.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was patterned after Bass Reeves, a brother.
He was a true cowboy.
And so for me, I think the lawsuit makes it even worse. because what are you trying to prove? Like, what what are you going to get from that?
Yeah, if we could get what they profited off of, if we could get half of the stuff
Right.
if they profited off of our culture.
And if you win this lawsuit, are you gonna? I mean, are you gonna do something to help BOK people? I think not.
No.
I think not.
No, you got the wrong one.
But it's like I said, it's just another, and that may not be her. That might have not been her end goal, but you're still profiting off of us at the end of the
Right. Right.
Right, because
That's what I was saying.
the voice of the ally should never be louder than the voice of who the ally is protecting.
Yes.
Oh, that's
The enemy is closer than your friends.
What?
Some stuff like that. Yeah.
Because
The
once
enemy's
again,
closer.
if I go into a women's space and call
I'm
myself
not.
protecting them,
I'm
but
not.
then
let
I'm
him
saying,
talk. Let
for
him talk,
example,
Mr. Leon.
if I go into a women's space under the guise of protecting and amplifying their voice, and then I insist on my voice being the loudest voice in the room, then I'm no longer being the ally. I'm trying to act as a savior and taking away the whole purpose of what I'm supposed to be there for. So, like I said, if she really wanted to be an ally to our community, she would keep her rightful place in allyship. An ally does not take the rule. An ally is not a leader. The ally is just reinforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Well put. Well put.
No, you're moderating, Marcus. You still got you. Who next?
I'm next. If you do not follow the live creator at this time, you may do so anytime during the live, before the live, or after the live. Also, you can help the live creator reach his live goals. One way is to hit the gold star to the bottom left of the screen. Also, during the live, at any time during the live, please share this live so others can hear our message by hitting the white arrow to the bottom right of the screen. We appreciate and accept any gift, no matter how big or how small. They're very much appreciated. Also, we have one so far tonight. Many more are welcome to become a fan club member. Also, you can subscribe to the Live Creators channel. We're here every night, 11 p.m. Central. Please come join us. And again, we thank you for sharing your time with us. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. And share the live with 50 people.
As my mama would say, I bet you that Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth and all the ones that she's portrayed are turning over in their graves.
Yeah.
Homeschool became the 34th fan in the fan club.
Oh, I bet they turning over. But they could just.
I think they are. I think they are really, because they put in so much work, and we we dilly dally.
I know my grandfather. I know he is, but he probably cursing people out. Let me stop. Sorry, Dad.
I know my grandfather saying, I damn near lost my whole farm.
Let's welcome.
Over y'all.
Let's welcome Tether Nators to the panel.
How y'all doing?
Hey,
I just
where,
want to ask
where
y'all.
you from? Where you from, brother? Tether Nader.
I'm 40 years old. I'm from Biloxi, Mississippi.
All right, Biloxi in the house. Well,
Yeah. My hometown. I was born right next to where they invented boy food there.
yes, sir.
What I'm seeing.
It is. This lady, yeah, she went up to play the part, and they told her no, you can't play that part. and she felt some type of way about it. And they, from what I understand, she wasn't gonna sue until that company, to these attorneys approached her and convinced her to put in a lawsuit. So yeah,
Why would she want to play Harriet Tubman? I'm confused.
that's a very good question, brother.
This is what she does. She's a she's a performer, but she does kind of reenactments of um women from historical figures. She depicts historical figures, and it says in a unique way.
Ain't no way she could play Harriet Tubman, man. Well, this in America.
This is in America. What city is this? Perfectly. What city was it in?
I think it wasn't in California.
San Diego Playhouse, she said.
Yes, yes.
Oh wow.
I just looked up all of the theaters in San Diego.
Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna read.
It's not that many BOKs out. There's a lot of Latinos, a lot of those out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And now that I'm reading more of it, if she is trying to indeed, help teach Black history, BOK history, that's one thing. But trying to portray,
Nah, that's going way overboard.
that is to me just that is just too much, right?
It's not authentic. It's not authentic. You don't.
I wanna say something.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Trump. I'm gonna go up for a party of Trump.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
She
47.
has performed since 2009. She has performed mostly one-person shows about 400 times in theaters, schools, churches, libraries, and club meetings. And this is the first time that she has had any pushback um, from wanting to play, these
Really?
wonderful BLK women.
I wish you could direct me to some of the reactions that the public responded to.
Well, go to her site. Go to her site that I go to her name, and it'll bring up her site, and it'll show you some of the things that people have said. But I haven't seen. Of course, they're not going to portray the negative. I haven't, dug that deep into.
Is this the actual lady that won't do it?
That's her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
No,
Granny
I'm going to go to her site.
Not great.
And because I need direct responses. So I'll go to her site.
And they're helpful, and it'll bring up the site.
Yeah.
That's her.
But once again, let me reiterate that when they do those theatrical productions, that all depends on who wants to finance it. So she claims nobody has ever pushed back before. Well, first time for everything. The San Diego Playhouse might have had somebody on the board that said, "Are you kidding? This woman is a kook."
Hey, perfectly. How old is this playhouse? Because when I went to San Diego just some years ago, I see they got multiple ones now. Because this is things that's changed, which I'm surprised they got that many playhouses in San Diego. I remember there was one downtown. I don't know if it was the Playhouse one, but most of them are very small. Do you know what year, right offhand, that one existed?
You mean
Playhouse? That might be. I don't know if that's the first one or not. Because when I went years ago, what these other ones existed. I don't recall the other ones.
recently? This was. I can't remember when.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I'll look it up when I get off and stuff. Just curious to see.
Yes, I want to say something. As an actress, I studied here in Cuba and in the United States. I studied in 3 different cities in the United States. The training is that actors don't have nationality, we don't have sex, we don't have age. We can play whatever, but it is ethic. I don't think it's ethical. Like if I was offered a role like that, even though I'm Black, I'm mixed, I would not accept it because what do I know about the American history? It's not the same Black experience.
Be okay. We have to say "be okay" on here, sweetheart.
Right? We don't. It's not the same. It's not the Black experience. It's so different.
Be okay.
In the United States, right?
I would say be okay.
I don't understand Right.
We don't say black too many
Say
times. We say
Oh.
BLK. That way
the
it don't,
initials.
yeah, because
Ah.
it triggers the algorithm and we get flagged for some reason.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Gotta
So
say
yeah.
PPUs on the live, BLK. Those are popular ones that we gotta say.
Wow.
Yeah. You have to use a certain language.
I'm gonna keep it real. Like I don't even like. I wouldn't want a white lady to play it. I wouldn't want a white tea lady to play it. I wouldn't want a Caribbean lady to play it. I wouldn't want an African from Africa to play it. I want somebody that's from the land, a Black American, to only play Harriet Tubman.
Agree.
GLK Americans come across all like from the grass.
Exactly. There is
You
authenticity.
have to
That's
respect
true.
the culture.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly.
that's
That's
why when Cynthia Erivo played Harriet Tubman, it didn't come across as authentic.
Who's Cynthia Reed? I don't know who that is.
Nigerian. She's a Nigerian that played Harriet Tubman in her movie. And it
Oh
bombed.
yeah, that's true.
Wow.
Oh,
You go with
Can I ask the panel? Okay, there was a wonderful woman, very lovely entertainer. Her name was Josephine Baker. Came out of Paris. Did any other woman from a different culture try to play her part? I mean, I don't know if y'all know Josephine Baker.
I remember you talking about. I thought it was someone outside of. Because
I'm not sure of your question, though.
Me neither. I don't
I
understand.
don't think I know where you're going. But go ahead.
Harry Bailey played Josephine.
I don't know if it happened, but Lola Falana did try to play her part. Okay, you are straight on. I can't because she was the perfect fit.
Lynn Whitfield too.
Josephine Baker.
Lynn Whitfield played her too.
Yeah. Perfect fit. Okay, you're following my drift.
Well,
It was
but-
women of color.
but there's a but there.
Huh?
There's a but there. You know Lola Falana is Latina. She's Cuban.
Okay, but she's of color.
She's a BLK woman.
I think I see what you're saying, but
No, you said that, not me. I was given that example, so
no, I'm not talking about you. But I think I see what Linda next to me. I think I see what you're trying to say. But
Right.
when I say Cynthia Erivo shouldn't have played Harriet Tubman, only because she was Nigerian from Africa. If you look at her,
she's British.
Yeah,
I
British.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, she's
wait,
from.
let him speak. Let him speak. Come on, Tevin.
She's originally from Africa, migrated to migrated to Britain, but if you look at Cynthia Erivo tweet, she always was talking bad about Black Americans, particularly foundational Black Americans.
Okay, please.
Yeah. So I don't think she should be playing no BLK American roles. She was dogging us, so that's the way I feel.
No,
I get into politics as opposed to the phenotype.
It's not
Right.
So I did find something that one of the librarians from there said. It says the local librarian wrote further to Hubble explaining, I have to respect their decision and their wishes. I can see and I respect what you have done in the past and how you have used your talent to educate people. I apologize for putting you in this position. And it also says that the administrators were uncomfortable with her portraying Tubman because the performance's potential impact may not be culturally sensitive to some customers.
Okay. No, that's a grand statement.
Mm-hmm.
That's a grand statement, but it does not resolve the issue that is, on deck.
What do
It
you
says
mean?
that the decision to ban Hubble from portraying Tubman was endorsed by the county's Diversity and Inclusion Executive Council,
which is composed of representatives from county departments. Our priority is ensuring that our programs align with our values of equity, respect, and inclusivity, the spokesman said.
Exactly.
So
That was
I
disrespectful.
said it all.
I agree.
You know, I think it said it all.
I agree.
And bravo to them for standing up. That's what I say.
And I agree. Because if she puts out a movie that garners millions and millions of dollars, then God bless her. But I don't think none of us want to go see it. So
Well,
don't. No,
once again,
capitalism. It's capitalism. If she
once
wants to
again,
invest her money in producing that movie, where that the world will receive it as, oh, this is a genuine. This is some stuff that we need to see. Now, if she does that, great.
What part of the world
But
you
I
talking
don't
about?
think she can do it from.
What part of the world you talking about? Gonna say, "Oh, this is great."
But somebody here is mentioning to Cecile Tyson. We didn't know Cecile Tyson was Caribbean. She's always been told as we thought she's from New York.
Cicely Tyson is
Yeah.
she is oh God, it's a French West Indian island. I can't think of the name
Right,
now.
right. But no, I got you. I got you back on that. I'll look it up. And all
St.
of
Kitts
that.
and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis. That is where she is originally from, St. Kitts and
But
Nevis.
she played the role of who?
She's
Jane
played
Pittman.
Jane Pittman.
Yeah.
Right. She played that
Equal
role.
respect.
Now, did she get it wrong?
No.
Was anybody else qualified to do it better than Cicely Tyson?
No,
You can't pull in nobody of any other complexion that did it better than Cicely Tyson.
Did what better than Cicely Tyson?
Played the role of Miss Jane Pittman.
She played that role, and the makeup artist was excellent, on point, and know how to.
Absolutely.
I love a great makeup artist. The skin look like that
with somebody else.
because Cicely Tyson, I had an opportunity to meet her back in when she was married to the jazz player Miles Davis in a record store when he was going to get records in the early 80s. Right. And she is a beautiful woman. I was like mesmerized. But back then, they wouldn't let you get near. The bodyguards told us, no, give them their time. I was 18 years old, and I was like, that is Cicely Tyson. Just we went to the turnstile, the record store. Right. She's beautiful. She was so beautiful. I was like, because you're so used to that her acting that felt so real. Her looked like Jane Pittman. You think that she might be, not attractive, but she's a beautiful woman.
Cicely Tyson was a fine ass woman.
She is. She's so beautiful. I was like,
and Miles Davis got together because they was like, they was on the edge.
They just got married back then when I saw her and her husband.
Yeah.
But he looked like himself in person. He looked just like he do on the screen. He wasn't attractive at all. But excuse me. I'm sorry, but yeah,
you're wrong. No, the dude was just too dark for you.
No, he got no more dark. My grandfather's dark. I got dark people in my family. He just wasn't had nice features to me. Maybe when he was younger, he just didn't look attractive to me. But yeah.
Okay, that's okay. You like what you like.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes.
Plus, I got dark in my family.
When you said who would like that, they do have some theaters and playhouses that they call that improv theater, and they have alternative theater. They have a lot of theater where she would fit in, because almost every big city has some kind of a playhouse, even if it's nothing but somebody's converted garage, and they put on productions. So there would be people that will want to see. And once again, if she wanted to market herself out like that, that would be her choice. But like perfectly said, she wanted the city of San Diego to finance that crap. And this is
She would have did well. I would have made no money. Seriously, but in San Diego?
No, but I'm saying there are alternative theaters that would love, that improv and that alternative type theater. But once again, she was asking the city of San Diego to finance.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is part ego because once again, she could have gotten that production on the stage. She just would have had to have picked another actress.
Somebody mentioned something interesting that I would like to know. What is YT history? What YT history can we portray? What did they do besides what YT history can we portray?
Are you responding to the stupid comments they made?
No, yeah, I want to know. I want to know.
Lincoln?
Colonization.
I ain't gonna
Yeah.
play Abraham Lincoln.
Still traumatized. I need to sue the Lincoln Theater. No,
I want to know.
Colonization.
Where it's going?
No, I'm saying I'm where it's going is this woman is playing Harriet Tubman. Play your own history. What history can we portray? What history do the white people have so that they don't have to portray our history? They can do their own history.
They can't separate their history from our history.
What is their history? That's my question. What is their
Their
history?
history is dealing with
They have plenty of history. It's just person was making a ridiculous comment, and they were actually what we're taught in school is YT history,
American history.
We're talking Euro-American history. Everybody has been taught that through the lens of the YT superiority lens. So,
Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, you and
Mr. Baum, I think that's a legitimate question. I mean, can you name any standout YT American history?
Well, of course. I mean, everybody's got a history. The problem is, person was trying to be funny.
Yeah, but I'm really trying to hear some
no,
specifics.
it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny.
I want to hear some specifics besides the colonization, oppression, the supremacist system that was created. I want to hear some real deal history. What do they have? I know they started the light bulb. They did not quite perfect it. It was perfected by us. I know they started some things, and or I know they stole some patents here and there. But what is their what is their history?
Rhonda said Amelia Earhart.
The chick that flew the plane.
I can roll with that because she was a woman, dared to do. Some men never dared to do.
That's the daughter of the son of the sports guy, the race car, right? Is that the one we're referring to?
No, she was way before him, I think.
She flew a plane or something.
She tried to fly across the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Are they related?
No.
Family? Okay. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
She tried to fly around the world.
There we go.
No.
Come on, Colorado.
She went past the Atlantic.
Rhonda said Amelia Earhart. Colorado Brit said Edith Wharton. What did she do?
Come on out.
What did she do? Thomas Edison. What did Isaac? Yeah, okay. Thomas Edison didn't start anything. He was a thief. Oh.
Right. It was a couple of brothers that invented that.
Well, the Italians have a rich history.
But yeah,
French
but we could say that. But what is it?
Well, I mean, I don't have a bunch of inventions to just name off the top of my head. I think this is where I think that it gets so agitative because these idiots come in here and they try to make it an either or. I'm not saying that I don't believe that white people have any rich history. I just want them to acknowledge ours.
Exactly.
So,
I don't have a problem with that.
Well, right. But what happens is that when you try to diminish ours, then it becomes a tit for tat kind of thing. Like this person who made these stupid comments about YT history, or when they say things like, we don't have a YT history month, you know, that kind of stupidity. You got the whole year.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's never been an issue.
Right.
The reason why we have it because we want to be recognized, and it's sad that I don't know about in your cities, guys, but in my city, I remember we every Black BLK History Month on the radio, they say things that we never heard of, like people like up in time as far as the first who invented something that we never know about because there's so many of inventions that we have done.
Absolutely.
That it might not be on a scale where it's like, you know how sometimes it can be like my grandfather, to me, I felt like he should have been on the list. You know, he's born in 1899, but, you know, somebody else beat him to the punch. But we look at it as in our family, he was one of the first ones that have invented certain things too. So, you know, but some get out there and some don't. Some never made it out there. Just like you have found a lot of good, great players that never made it to NBA. There are a lot of, but you know, they were good, but they just never got out there. There are a lot of great singers that should have been in the thing, but they never got there. Because there's so many of us that have great talents.
But we were great even before then. We're talking about things that we've accomplished since, you know, they brought a group of us from another country to settle us in another environment, and we've still excelled, even under the conditions that they put us through. We have still excelled.
Yeah, but I'm talking about why do people feel the need to portray us? We can portray ourselves just fine.
Well,
And
that's
this
savior
guy,
ideology.
this guy got up here talking about the damn Little Mermaid.
Confused about the moment.
Some dude came up here.
I could not.
This dude came up here talking about we need diversity. Look at the Little Mermaid, and he named another one. Oh, the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, Ghostbusters.
I remember that one.
What the hell? What are you talking about, man?
Because they don't have anything to come back with. So that's the strongest fight that you had.
The Little Mermaid.
Okay. Right. It was like a fairy tale.
Military family country music. Okay, I know what this is about. Let's see. Come on up here. Let's see what you got.
Hey, Marcus, and perfect.
Where you from? Where you from? Where you from, military?
North Carolina, Camp Lejeune.
All right, coming in, flaming. Come on, what you got?
Right. My sister was at a protest over in California because she lives there. The FBI, DHS, DOJ, Homeland Security, ICE, and ATF, and every single federal unit is in California, New York City, Washington D.C., Washington State, Oregon, Utah, and across the country right now.
What? Okay. I don't get it. What are you saying?
Me either.
You missed something.
Every federal law enforcement agency is arresting everybody from illegals to American citizens to children to white females. To African Americans. I was on a TikTok live and I saw the FBI put a plastic bag over a white females.
Hold on. Come on. Wait.
She's talking on a different topic, but I know what she's talking about, what I saw.
Right. I saw it too.
I didn't see that.
But not the bag part, but I saw people panicking on.
No, I saw the bag.
Yeah, I didn't look at that, but I see some there.
It was starting to look a little radical. It was getting a little radical. She was naming off.
Okay, we could chill out.
She was naming too many letters, and it was getting too radical.
Plus,
TikTok shop.
I just Googled those 3 letters arresting everybody right this minute, and nothing came up.
Yeah.
So was that a defense of hers or what? Like,
On TikTok, guys, that's what she talking about. She was saying so everything on TikTok is not always accurate. It could be AI.
That's what, and that's what I'm saying. But I just Googled that every FBI, the people arresting everyone right this minute, like she said, and it just didn't come up.
Yeah.
I wanted to address something.
I don't think she was saying that.
I wanted to address something real quick that Frenchie has said about some of the things that we have invented. Actually, just we've invented great things that we would not be able to survive without, and we're just not recognized for those things. And one thing that really stands out to me, being a nurse, is the stethoscope. BLK man invented the stethoscope. So, it really irritates me to see what we have brought to the table, and that we're not recognized. But people need to realize that they would be nothing without us. They would be nothing without us because we have done a lot. So to sit here and try to portray this woman, it's like I said, it just goes back to especially Harriet Tubman for me. You could have tried to portray Oprah Winfrey. Well, she ain't really be okay anyway, but you could try to portray anyone, but this Harriet Tubman.
Let me welcome Daisy Steele real quick. Daisy Steele. Daisy Steele.
Oh, and we invented the air conditioner, which I know we wouldn't be able to survive without right now.
The AC. I did not know that.
It's not just in inventions. It's okay. The prevailing mentality, because of this racist system that we live up under, where it's so Euro male centered, is that in the everyday things, you always attribute it to being works of the white people, particularly men.
Hey, that's a good one right here. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you. Come on, Mr. Ball.
So, like, in Detroit, if you don't know, you would know that Detroit has had a big resurgence in our riverfront, and about less than 20 years ago, it was a BLK woman that spearheaded all the efforts for reviving Detroit's industrial riverfront, and now we have over 3 million people that come to it per year, adding to the economy. But if you don't know these things, you come to these things and you assume this is something from the YT superstructure, not knowing that this effort was all spearheaded by a BLK woman.
Oh, that's what's
and this is why we need to be proactive in making sure our children know the everyday stories, not just the great stories that we look back and say, wow, we were great people or we did this. We are constantly contributing.
Thank you. Yes.
One last thing, a $75 million park that the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers, yes, he financed this here and in Buffalo, but it was a BLK man that designed the park, the architect behind the park. And it promises to be Detroit's premier park at least for the next 10 years. So it's things like that that if you don't know, you just assume that this is a big part of the YT superstructure. And we are behind many of these things that people may not know about.
That's true.
Well, we talk about.
Oh, I just wanted to say real quick. I want to. Jay Mullins. He said she could play Candace Owens. I like that one.
Well, Candace Owens, who?
This lady right here. She can play Candace Owens. I like that one. Oh,
Yeah,
come on,
but
Mr.
one
Rodham.
thing
No, but I was just trying to get some clarification.
Come on, Mr. Rodham.
Yeah, the one thing we got to realize why we weren't recognized to apply for patent. In 1858, they passed a law to ensure that we was not able to apply for patents because we weren't considered citizens.
You said what, brother?
Absolutely.
Say, wait, when did this happen?
1858.
They made sure we could. They made a law. Wait, whoa.
Familiar with that? Listen, 1858. Hold on,
Let him talk, please.
In 1858, the U.S. Attorney General ruled that a free African American could not be granted a patent for his invention based on the interpretation that African Americans were not considered citizens and therefore not enter into the required patent oath.
Wow.
So if they invented something, all someone had to do was claim it. Any white American, and it would be granted because we couldn't do anything in offense or anything. We weren't considered a citizen, so therefore any hold on, my man.
Slave master.
Hold on. Dang, made me forget where I was. In other words, we couldn't apply for a patent because we weren't considered citizens. So therefore, if anybody seen any invention we made, all they had to do was go to the patent office and file for a patent, and it'd be granted to them. So that's one way inventions were completely taken from us. Not stolen, taken.
Wow.
So, can I tell you all something too that they're doing nowadays? It kind of disenfranchises us from mainstream recognition. The Wall Street Journal did a Spend a Weekend in Detroit article, and they never once mentioned the BLK or the Latino business and entertainment sections. And I remember reading years ago while I was out in LA about how the BLK section of Lamert Park was almost not included as a stop on their new transit system. And they were never mentioned in any of their tourism publications or paper handouts, brochures. And so when you talk about these kind of things in the modern day, like when Mr. Song comes on here and says, you don't need help from the government, these are all government sponsored things. That's how communities get their recognition. Because when you think about going to certain places, you think of going to Chinatown or Little Italy. So, it's a whole, as we've always said, it's a whole system of things that disenfranchise and keep us from being recognized for the contributions that we make. Because if you read that article in the Wall Street Journal, how would you know to come to Livernois Avenue if it's not mentioned? Where the oldest jazz club in the world is, and you've got at least 40 or 50 food selections and dining and entertainment selections, that kind of thing.
You're talking about diversity, which I'm in favor of. Diversity on all quarters.
Inclusion.
Inclusion. Except from when it violates, certain protocols.
All right, Mr. McBride is back. Welcome back, my brother.
Thank you. How are you?
All
Mr.
right.
McBride.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Ron, how are you? Sorry. Good, how are you?
Hey, babe.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
I mean, I don't even know why you. So I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Ronald said for just 1 second, because I just wanted to clarify something that he said. So it's true that some of the BOKs were not able to have this patent, but it's only the ones who were enslaved at the time So the ones actually who were not enslaved were able to have patents, but the ones who were actually enslaved that were, doing inventions while they were enslaved were the ones who were not able to have these patents. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I wanted to touch on what Mr. Ross said also. I think um, we were stripped of a lot of our inventions that made our work easier when we were, enslaved in these places. And I think it just carried over to, you can look at today where um, they're trying to strip the masters of some of these artists, and then most of these companies are owned and operated by YT people who are in charge of these things. So our inventions were stripped, and our music is now being stripped in the same form or fashion. So, um, things really haven't changed at all. It really hasn't. It just the game has kind of changed, and they still found ways to kind of take things from us, and it's happening right there in front of our eyes. So it's a matter of controlling the industry. Industries. Industries. You got to think not just one industry. Yeah, plural. Yeah. So, but perfectly. This came from Wikipedia, and I disagree with what you said. According to Wikipedia, it says in 1858, U.S. Attorney General ruled that a free African American could not be granted a patent for his invention based on interpretation that African Americans were not considered citizens. And therefore, absolutely. Brother, let me finish.
You don't have to chime in every time somebody says something. Let him finish what he's saying.
And therefore could not enter into the required patent oath. So whether you was free or a Slav.
Well, I actually looked at several different sites because I don't believe in just looking one place. Because I know
I did too.
Several different ones, and that's I saw what you were saying from Wikipedia. I did see that, but I did see other places. But tomatoes. You are correct. We have been definitely not recognized for the things that we've done, and there's been credit taken, from the YT community for everything that we've done.
But it's crazy, and I'm in 100% agreement with you. It's crazy that you could invent something, and because you were brought over here against your will, but the problem is you weren't even granted the same rights, even though you were freed in this land. You weren't even considered being a citizen.
Sure.
Showed you how strong that racism, no matter you're a citizen or not. They still want to find ways to try to block you.
Yeah, but where else were you going to be a citizen of?
They don't care,
I know that.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't see that. They see it's like, don't exist. They see it's like, right, as if we like
never
human.
meant for us to be free.
Right.
But it's like Mr. McBride said, it's a repetitive thing. Right now, you can do all the work. You can write the song. You can write the music. You can perform the song, and it still don't belong to you. Same concept.
Same like in the federal government. When you write stuff and things that you believe in and policies and it's still taken away from you, still your credit, and then promote somebody else.
Yeah, but
your idea.
Also in corporate America, and I've been a manager in more than one Fortune 500 company. Do you know now when they hire you and they make you sign the same form every year, anything that you might invent while you're working for that corporation belongs to that corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I understand that. I worked in the engineering field for 40 years. I'm retired now. But all of the good ideas that I had, the company owned those ideas. I was working for the company.
I ain't telling nobody nothing for free.
Well, I had to keep a job. I had to, you know.
Your case is different. Your case may be different. I'm just saying. I'm not sitting there and you tell people and give them ideas, and they take it, and then they come later on, man, like they want to get the credit.
Yes. Yeah, all the time. All the time.
Marcus, are you still there?
I'm right here. When y'all was
Okay.
talking about that, I was thinking about the story of, I was thinking about a couple of things, but, and I was also thinking about what Mr. McBride was saying that, yeah, we haven't really moved anywhere. We're in the same place we was years ago.
Let me give you a quick example,
But
Marcus, real quick.
what say, French, I know you be ready to talk. Let me.
Yeah, I said when you're ready.
Okay.
That's all I said.
I was thinking about that. Did y'all know the story of McDonald's? That guy that it was these two brothers that had this restaurant, and the guy came along. He saw the restaurant. He said, "Man, y'all got a good thing going." They had figured out how to serve people from beginning to end with under 60 seconds. You order a burger and you pay for it, and all within 60 seconds you have your food. And the guy saw that they was doing that, and what he did, he became partners. He kept asking them to partner with him, so they made him sign an ironclad contract that, hey, you don't change nothing, we control everything. And he said, okay, cool. He opened up these McDonald's, but another guy helped him to figure out that all you got to do is pay for the land. So what he did was bought the land that he opened up the restaurants on, and he ended up basically stealing their business out from under them. Their idea, the McDonald's idea, was taken by another man because he had the he was able to just get in there and he had, I want to say ingenuity, or it was kind of underhanded the way he did it though. And he ended up paying them a $1.2 million or something. They got like $1 million a piece after taxes, and they were
But
supposed
that
to
was
get
done with the
one
car
sec,
industry.
Mister Leander. They were supposed to get royalties onward after that. And he said the only thing is, and when they was in lawsuit court, he said the only thing is this part, the royalties, you get everything you want, except the royalties we get on a handshake. We agree on that on a handshake. That's not going to be in the contract. We'll shake on it. They took the $1 million apiece and shook on the royalties, and they never got a dime of the royalties, which equated would have been approximately $100 million a year in today's money. So that just goes to show you, I'm saying that to say, to be mindful, this is how the game is played. This is how the game is, and when it comes to power and making power moves.
Yeah, Jay Mullen said KFC too, and he's correct. The recipe for making KFC's original chicken was not created by the company.
Oh, KFC did the same thing. Yeah,
The same
I didn't see.
stores
Yeah, I didn't see.
taking advantage of.
Yeah, I didn't see the Colonel story, but I saw the McDonald's story, and that was a real eye opener. I said, "Whoa."
I've heard the same rumors about Mrs. Fields Cookies and a few other places like that.
Victoria's Secret, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
What secret did Victoria have?
Victoria's Secret.
You'll never tell.
Yeah. But yeah, this is how it goes in corporate America. This is how the game is played. Who's this? We got C.
Well, just what we said before when I mentioned when they sent this, LA is getting ready for the Olympics. So they've got the, I guess, a people mover system, above ground system, a sophisticated L train going through all parts. And when they weren't going to put it through the BLK section, that was going to disenfranchise those people of all. I mean, when you think about the Olympics coming to town and tourists have no way to get over there. So you and me say we're going out to LA, and we want to see, what Leimert Park is like. If there's no way to get there, that means Leimert Park is a disenfranchised of potential tourist dollars. And that's just for the one big event. And that's not to include the people who need that system for an everyday, existence. And that's another ways our communities get disenfranchised when we cannot have access to those major public transit things. And a lot of your YT suburbs out of transportation packages if they bring a new mall to town or new tech center to town. So people from different areas, they don't have to discriminate. They just can't get to the jobs if they don't have a car.
So it's strategic in the location.
Absolutely. It is absolutely strategic. And several times they've actually busted people by way of whistleblowers who've said this group of people or this town opted out of that because they did not want the BLK people to have access to getting in and out of their city. Several people have come forward. It happened in Buffalo with a major mall back about 10 years ago and several other places around the country.
That's interesting because I heard something like that about the healthcare system too. They didn't want BLK people to have healthcare. So what they did was they raised it 40%, or raised it to try to price us out so we can't afford it. But then that didn't work, so they just eliminated it. Basically that is the reason they don't have health care like they do in Canada and other countries.
Right. He did that on and I have to look. In fact, now you said that, I'm gonna research it and I'll have the answer for you tomorrow night.
Thank
I
you, sir.
think it's come up at least 3 times our nation's history since the beginning of the 1900s.
Yes, and it's really it's hurting everybody, but
Right.
it was specifically designed for us, against us.
In fact, the first initiative, I'm not sure who said it, but I'll know by tomorrow. He said that they wanted the BLK community to just die out for lack of help.
Unalive out, yeah.
I'm sorry, unalive, yes.
Yeah,
And nothing has changed. And this is we see now with the way things are going and what they're trying to do with the assistance. And it's the same way. They're trying to do away with it. And our children will hurt. Our adults will hurt. Our loved ones that have things that can't be cured, that they're suffering from, people who are in nursing homes that depend on a lot of this, they're going to suffer. And I wish they could really see who are the recipients of this. It's not us that they think are the largest number. It's not us. And I wish that I could sit and take a poll every day when I'm cashiering at Publix, and be able to report numbers of who actually comes in with food stamp cards. I really wish I could sit and do that. And people would be surprised. It definitely is not us.
Yeah, you know what? I saw that. I saw a content creator talking about that too. To say he worked at a grocery store, and he said the vast majority of people that came in with those food stamp cards. And he
Right.
said, yeah, a lot
I
of
had a white tea lady come through my line, and she literally had $6,000 on her card, and I like to just fell to the floor, and I couldn't just let it go.
You said $6,000.
$6,000.
I ain't never heard that kind of money when I had to.
I don't know if it was some back money they owed her. She has so I asked her how many kids she had. I was not like just like that. Just how many kids she had. She had 5 kids, and she had she has $6,000 left after she went shopping.
Oh, wow.
So that money's supposed to wash away after every month.
No, it doesn't wash away.
Oh, so they change stuff. Things change so much.
No, you can let it. Well, they, if they owed her from, months when she may have applied and it didn't go through right away, it could have been, that it accumulated, but I don't know. But I see when I say my eyes get big a lot of days, and I'm like, wow.
Well, it ain't like it used to be back in the day because I've had it temporarily, and it's not like it used to be.
Yeah.
It's definitely. I guess I'm getting old.
Jay Mullins in the chat said that was Photoshop. But, sir, they printed out on the receipt after.
Is it Photoshopped? And I'm the one that ran the card.
Right.
And no, she wasn't foreign. She was YT. She was not foreign.
And most of the abuse and the busting of the fraud comes from the corporate level. That's the majority of food stamp or food assistance fraud. It comes from the corporate level, and that could just be people who own businesses or were taking in the fraud.
And the sad thing about it, I don't think people will lie to me that work for these companies. Like I had one lady, BOK, told me, and somebody had audacity what they do on this, because DC has been gentrified, right? So there's a lot of things that the mayor has done to allow certain things to come in. One BOK woman told me this YT guy had audacity coming from Virginia that comes from a wealthy family, tried to come to, because a lot of them don't want to be up under their parents. They want to come to DC because DC is up and moving and stuff, a lot of stuff. And he wanted to leave Virginia, which is not too far, just to get assistance in DC. She said, "You're not qualified for this. How are you going to get this?" He tried to lie and do some fraudulent acts so he can try to get justified to try to get a place in DC. And he wasn't qualified because he made too much money with the parents and stuff. But these people be scamming. It's like in New York. My friend, New York, comes from a large family, law enforcement, U.S. Marshals and stuff, and see a lot of those small hats do a lot of stuff in Brooklyn. So this stuff is real. They always try to they just be quiet about it. Every time when we find out about stuff, they try to move the goalposts. Yeah. All along. Bankruptcy. That was the number one thing they kept quiet for years. How they stayed ahead. And as soon as we found out what bankruptcy means, not saying I encourage you to go bankruptcy, but they knew how to play the game.
In Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana, they busted at least 35 people, and they all were store owners for doing merchant frauds, and most of them were YT, as you say. They own major stores, and they were doing the food stamp fraud.
Right.
And of course, they would do it because that's big government money.
Mm-hmm. And that's what a lot of them are doing too. That own these hair stores. They have in these little supermarkets that they will exchange.
Yeah.
Stamp. I mean, you can buy hair with. You can buy anything with them. You can buy hair. You can.
Things change. I'm like, wow.
If I may share on how it's done, these business owners, they don't receive a paycheck from their business. They'll bonus themselves, which is not considered income, and then they go apply for food stamps, and they get approved because they have no income to show being on record.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But a lot of them too are able to get it because of their ethnicity or their background. So like I don't know if I can say Indians, but they come over here, they get it, they open up a store, then they can then you can bring your stamps to them and you can buy. They're gonna put in their stores what they know we're gonna buy. And we're going to go in there and we're going to get, whatever it is we need. That's why they're selling hair in the grocery stores, because they know that we're going to come in there and get it.
Well, the ones they paid, the majority of the ones that they busted in Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio, and that 35 people sting, most of them look like Granny over there was a grandmama.
So how do they? Why is it that they in our neighborhood anyway?
No, these weren't necessarily in our neighborhoods. They were just when they bust most of those people for food stamp fraud. They're the big players because they know how to. They get the big amount of people coming through. The same people that perfectly sees at Walmart go to some of those smaller stores too, convenience stores.
Publix. We're gonna clarify that.
Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that type of large scale retail.
McBride and I were talking about that. We're talking about Walmart. Why do they always put Walmart? Well, most of the time put Walmarts in our communities. Why you don't hardly see Walmarts in well-off communities. You just don't see them.
It's so different in Detroit though, because we don't have any of those major retailers in the very city. They're all in the suburbs, including YT.
Mm-hmm. Same for us too. We don't have them. They try to put one in DC, but why I get back? They do have one in DC. I take that.
Why are all these little hair stores and all of that? Why are they all in our community? You don't see any of those in YT communities. You don't see it
because they don't allow them.
Exactly.
They don't allow.
Brings down the value of the property.
That's right.
We don't get it. We don't get it. We are so busy making their businesses successful.
Yeah. We won't get those major companies like a Nordstrom's and what's the other one? Neiman Marcus and stuff in our communities, especially even the suburbs. You have to go outside for our area, the DMV. They got to be close to the highway. Where you exit off. Because but as far as where I come from one of the highest, was one of the top 10 at one time, richest counties in Maryland. And we've been fighting back in the 80s, was trying to get it. But, we had certain people didn't want it in there. But I guess the investors felt like they didn't want to do it. Even though we was the top 10 at one time, BLK richest in the county, in the state of Maryland. It's sad. But you had to go to Virginia to go to... Huh?
I said, if y'all hear me smacking, I'm sorry. These strawberries are so good.
I'm guzzling coffee, so I understand.
At 3:30 in the morning?
And I'll be able to go to sleep as soon as I finish. But
the biggest ripoff, though, that makes so much money, you would be surprised how much money these places make, are these nail salons.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as far as ripoffs, healthcare fraud is the biggest ripoff, and that's definitely not us.
Mm-hmm.
As far as scams and all of that.
Right.
You ready to go there?
I told you guys about the women that are getting these that are losing weight, and then they want to have like this stomach surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to fit certain criteria. So one of the main things is that you have to get rashes or whatever up under your stomach. So they will take a Brillo pad or they will take Nair, and you guys know what Nair, the hair removal, and they will put it on the bottom up under their stomach, and they will make their stomach rash up before they go to the doctor. And then the doctor takes pictures, and there's your evidence of having a rash. So I saw this, and I confronted some people, and I was like, you guys do realize that is fraud. And so they were, in turn saying, well, they feel like that this is owed to them.
Yeah, the biggest fraud that's going on right now, Frenchie, you may be able to recognize this, but in the military now, all of these people are filing for all these different ailments, like Boots did this, and from the marching, et cetera, et cetera. Some of them are getting 100% disability from the military. That's like over $5,000 a month. A lot of them are doing it now.
Maybe they had bone spurs, like the president.
Oh, wow. Well, that person that came up from Cap Lejeune, they better get that lawsuit. Somebody who came up early.
Right. So,
So, McBride, did you comment on what the prompt was or what we were discussing? We kind of just got all off topic.
No, I didn't comment on it, but it just.
Would you like to while I'm running Marcus's live?
It's almost hard for me to even look at that and take that serious.
It's real. It really happened.
That and say that was possible. Because, like I said, Silva started with all. When they gave him James Bond, man, that's kind of what led to this, And it's just funny to me what you know when she's actually suing, saying that she has the rights. She does. But
Yeah. Yeah, this guy came up here and compared this to the Little Mermaid and Ghostbusters. He
No,
said,
was he? Right. That was hilarious.
yeah, he said if the,
Mermaid, but Ghostbusters?
yeah,
Yeah, why did you give him the Little Mermaid? Because I was explaining that they have African water deities.
Well, he should have brought up Cinderella because that was also one that was, he could have brought up a whole lot of them, but I mean that holds no weight.
yeah,
the original Green Lantern, I think, is BLK, and it's never been played like that in a movie or really like any like comic books.
Oh yeah. And then why does she have to look like Granny Clampett, like Frenchie said?
How does that theme song go? We got to use that theme song.
I can't remember.
I can't remember. I can see the little.
Like if she wasn't gonna, she was gonna just be herself. Would a lot of people really know who Harriet Tubman was? Like a lot of white people, would they know if she didn't change the color of her skin? It just made no sense to me. It's just, if you want to do that to teach your kids that you're teaching, okay. But just to go in front of an audience.
Well, like I said, my thing is you want the city of San Diego to fund your craziness.
Exactly. They said no. No, we're not doing it.
Why are you laughing, Frenchie? Because
I'm thinking about Taco Bell's right there in San Diego because they have great tacos there, but they have those
good tacos. Frenchie.
Wow.
I mean, they have alternative theaters and all.
They got good burritos in San Diego and good drinks too.
Oh,
well, if you would give me a minute here, please.
Let's tap the screen, guys.
Yes, please tap the screen. And again, I'd like to thank all of you for donating your time to us. We appreciate it. And if you do not follow the live creator at this time, you may do so at any time during the live, before, and or after the live. Also, you can help the live creator by contributing to his lives goals by hitting the gold star at the bottom left of the screen. Please share this live throughout the live with as many people as you can during this live. Also, we've had 2 so far. You can become a fan club member. That'll be very much appreciated. Or subscribe to the Live Creators channel. Please tap the screen as much as you can. Help us reach our like goals. Please, we're running out of time. Please tap the screen. And we're here every night, 11 p.m. Central. We'd love for you to come spend time with us. Thank you, and back to your creator, Marcus.
thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we at 64 and we almost over. Y'all, we didn't get too many tappers tonight, but it's okay.
You should have invited Porcelain up. That would have done it.
Oh,
That's not true. You know you like Taco Bell, Frenchie.
That's not true. I cracked a joke on myself when I was out there working at nighttime, but trust me, I love seafood. I spent lots of money. But no, I don't like Taco Bell. I just got it at night. I know I cracked a joke on myself, but there's one for those who listen. No, I don't support Taco Bell. Definitely. But I definitely support seafood. I'm a big spender. But yeah, I love my seafood. Seafood Italian.
Colorado said, you like Taco Bell.
Okay. when we meet up, make sure you have some money ready enough for me because I'm very expensive. Very expensive.
Woody Wood say he's gonna play with Barack Obama. I don't know how Woody Wood looks or who he is. Yeah,
Barack Obama.
yeah, that's what he said.
Winter.
Oh, did y'all see Elo and Trump, they beefing? So Elo said that he tweeted that the Epstein file haven't been released because Trump is in it.
I saw that.
You saw that? And he even at one point called for his impeachment. They must be beefing hard. That's what happened when them you got two power players with big egos, and he thought,
I'm waiting for it to happen.
yeah, he thought Trump.
Colorado Britter just became the number 35th member in the fan club.
All
And
right.
isn't Elon Musk a dope fiend too?
Hey, you gotta be pharmaceuticals.
He's a
Pharmaceuticals.
pharmaceutical.
Oh, a pharmaceutical fiend. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a bad
Richie
word.
couldn't get it out quick enough. Pharmaceuticals.
Pamela Williams just got the number 1 gifter badge.
All right.
That's a new housewives. That's happening at the White House. I'm waiting for them to have their fight.
Yeah, I did hear about one of those Afrikaners did his wife in.
Yep.
AJ.
Yeah, had put his hands around her just bit.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. Wow.
That ruined her alabaster complexion.
Gifter does.
Bomb got a fix.
I said, I bet that ruined her alabaster complexion.
I bet it did.
AJ is the number 2 gifter badge.
All right.
After a while, DC is gonna be no more tourists gonna be coming to DC because there's gonna be nothing to watch.
So Marcus, when you come back up here, I'm gonna need you to be dressed like you know who. We want you dressed like Orange Face next time you come up here.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
And which one of Charlie's Angels drove a convertible?
Rob,
Sorry, y'all.
I missed the conversation, but I heard when I was getting my strawberries, I heard somebody say something about Victoria's Secret.
That was Marcus.
What'd you say about Victoria's Secret, Marcus?
That guy, they got played out of Victoria's Secret. I think he was I don't recall the story. It was so many years ago when I heard it. The guy was buying something for his wife or something, and I don't know. Something happened.
Was he be okay, supposedly, or what?
I don't recall. I
was gonna say because that was not invented for BLK women, so
it was.
I think that stuff is plastic. It made like it's like
being on the conversation, so I went.
I like Victoria's Secret. That cloth don't seem. I don't know what kind of material they be using.
It was not made for BLK women,
and it's the material is not.
No, y'all don't.
They like it hard. I don't know.
It's like it hard. What French?
I like rice, plastic rice. You know, it's not that good quality material to me, personally.
Okay, we got.
All I can say is they threw my application away. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it for when I get my lawyer.
Yeah.
What happened to what's his name at the bottom?
Oh, Leander, you still
Mr.
there,
Leander?
Leander.
No, he had to go to school. He ain't talking.
I wasn't even asleep. Actually, I was talking, but my microphone was off.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was talking, I was hollering, but my microphone was off.
Oh, it's okay, brother. It's okay. Come on, what you got for us?
No, it's too late because y'all was talking about some fish.
Okay.
was talking back, but wasn't nobody saying nothing before my microphone was off.
Ignoring you.
No, I thought y'all was talking about some interesting shit.
Okay.
But
I would tell you to catch us up, but then we don't have enough time.
right. But it wouldn't take that much because I was listening.
What did you catch on to?
Oh, y'all was talking about
Happened that screen?
Oh,
no. You trying to throw off. Y'all wasn't talking about that.
You talking about Taco Bell?
Yeah, and that clown ass shit. I thought
hey, whoa, calm down. Whoa.
Thank you, baby.
My goodness.
McBride Impact just got the number 3 gifter badge.
All right.
you said it that way.
Hey, my mama watched my content. We gotta calm down.
Only imagine how y'all be in real life.
No, it's real life.
Real life be quiet in person.
No, they're not.
Yes, they will, because I catch them all the time. I did it at the Diddy trial. I caught them, I creep up on their butt, and they people think I be lying. They just look real dumb, look like a deer in the what's up?
Well, Frenchie, if Marcus permits, catch us up real quick on the Diddy trial.
Yeah, what happened with the Diddy trial?
I am not saying about the Diddy trial. We got to find out on Monday.
Oh, y'all still talking about
Wow, Frank,
No,
you gonna just
no,
hold
it's
it in,
just
huh?
for it is. I can see probably some stuff that is. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna be the one to speculate because a lot of people be following, probably listen to me, and I'll be on different sides, listening on both sides.
it's hard because they haven't came out with a judgment on Diddy. I'm just gonna lay back, wait to hear the evidence, and I can't call nothing.
But they have passed a judgment. He's been already convicted in the court of public opinion.
Thank you.
And so
Okay, for the public opinion.
and that's all that
Because he
matters.
broke the 10 Commandments. Wrong. Just playing, y'all.
It's been ugly. All I know it's been ugly outside. It was getting real ugly out there.
I know,
Well, any new discoveries?
but
The new
that's
discoveries is
that's their kind of business. I'm not involved in that kind of mess.
I think he was talking about perfectly, Mr. Leander.
Well, no, me personally, no, I'm not.
I didn't say
involved in
personally.
that.
I said Frenchie. He was,
No,
he was
no, he
talking.
was just asking the new discoveries. They still focusing on the person Jane, which people know who she is, but they can't say the names because they watching people on TikTok.
So how many days has that been, Frenchie? Like 22? Is it
Well,
like
they should be done. Well, last I heard they wanted to. Well, last I heard they might go past the defense team. Probably going to go past. Wants to go past in the June because remember the trial is supposed to be over sometime in July, and then the judge wanted to end it early by a week, which was before July 4th. But then I think the last I heard, I thought the defense team wants to do something. They're going to be, I think, doing a cross examination for this Jane person. But they saying be very careful about saying her name on TikTok because they actually watching people and going after people.
Wow.
okay, this is nothing like the OJ trial. OJ tried. He hired.
And you
And
think
I don't. Huh?
You think Diddy does not have the best?
He can afford the best, but he didn't get his team together the way OJ did. OJ got the best.
Well,
Well, how
OJ,
do you know Diddy doesn't have the best?
yeah.
He don't have the money.
What?
He got the money. Those people,
I know he got the money.
Well, plus OJ was free also. OJ was he was able to mount his defense from the street.
And his was state.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Well,
OJ was free.
I must be getting tired, y'all. Look like that lady is looking at me or something. That's it.
You too, Marcus.
She's gazing into your soul and saying, "Come with me."
Hey,
She looking like she's
She
starting to look
gonna,
like
she gonna read the over Bible.
that lady's starting to look like one of them
No, you
scary
need to quit
movies.
playing, Frenchie. I had my over and open up this just a few minutes ago.
who's coming with Ghostbusters tonight, Marcus?
She's
Ghostbusters.
looking into your eyes, Marcus, and saying, "Come and see my Victoria's Secrets."
Shoot. I'm getting ready.
I'm gonna let y'all go.
She
Y'all
heard
think-
tell them too. She read the Ethiopian Bible too. She investing that much time.
Man. Shoot.
Yep, she's saying, "Up under this granny outfit, you gonna be surprised."
That's all right. I'm good.
You wear that outfit? Does she have an outfit like that?
Look like
So Frenchie, is that the woman you were talking about that's going by Jane?
No, you this woman here?
No, I'm talking about on no the Diddy trial.
Oh,
Is she the woman that's going by Jane that you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the ex girlfriend.
I ain't gonna say it on. I'm not the one saying it. They said be careful. They watching people.
I
Somebody
didn't
was
say
saying.
her name. I was just saying.
I was just saying this in case.
wait, they watching
What
people
they saying? I
on,
don't know.
on TikTok?
what?
You
What
hear
y'all
from
scared of? Y'all can say names. They not gonna call you into testify.
I don't know because I'm not there. I don't know.
People, they gonna call me to testify. Say what you think.
I don't know.
Was he paying her rent?
That's what they saying.
He probably was.
Mm-hmm.
That's just nickels and dimes to him.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah.
$10,000.
What?
That's nothing.
Wish I could say that.
$10,000 a what? A month?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I don't care if it was a year. I can't afford $10,000 a year to be playing with people.
Yeah, I need reparations to afford that.
No.
Shoot. Shoot.
So, yeah, you're on another level. So,
Even a sex bomb, I ain't never got nobody to pay my rent. But dang, 10,000 a month. Okay.
no, well,
Something that's
I-
still.
no, I ain't never got that lucky.
So Marcus, I just don't understand, and I don't understand.
What? Come on,
How
Perky.
could you be with a man for 3 years
Mm-hmm.
saying that you were trying to get away and these were things that you did not want to have happen, but you couldn't get away? I don't get that. I just don't get it.
I up in the sky.
Right.
This is what,
It's a bird in a plane.
the Jane is saying, she unsuccessfully tries to end the hotel nights.
Right.
I
don't get that. Like, what was he?
I respect your vantage point, perfect, but I'm not a woman. Ain't no damn way I would put up with no bullshit like
Leander, oh my.
Where do you say you're from?
Leander getting tired. He getting sleepy.
I'm just getting started.
You ain't had no spirits over there.
No,
Friday. I forgot. I got to work.
I'm just from Oklahoma. I'm 67 years old. Don't have a lot of time to be playing around. Call it the way I see it. But I ain't gonna put up with I ain't putting up with no mess.
What's in Oklahoma?
Steers and queers. Oh, Mr. Leander.
Oh my goodness.
That's
Mr.
the word,
Leander.
sir.
Oh, wow,
This one is easier to mount. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Oh my goodness. Y'all, man.
I don't know which one is easier because I don't think none of them.
You walked into that one. I couldn't help myself.
Oh,
I say it like what?
no, that was just an old joke that I heard from, Officer and a Gentleman movie. Lou Gossett and Richard Gere.
I remember that
Officer
movie.
and a Gentleman.
Marcus, do you think that do you think that any of the women that have testified against him have collaborated? Do you think that they've ever been able to speak to one another?
Yeah,
They don't have to. The lawyers collaborate with them.
No, I'm talking about before the trial, before
The lawyers prepare them for trial.
Mm-hmm.
that's
I
actually,
said
yeah.
one another. Do you feel like the women
They have perfectly. They
I don't
have spoken to each other.
and I'm not talking about in the
I
court.
thought she was saying
I'm saying
Marcus.
before that, they have
I thought,
Can we talk to Marcus for a second?
come on,
Well, give me a minute, perfectly. Now, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
Okay. Do you, Marcus? Like, do you think they like calling each other? Like, hey, girl.
you know what?
No.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I'm like,
I could see that. Because they all going home at night.
right.
I can see a whole lot of things, but I mean, I see both sides. I can see the Fed sides, how they operate. I can see the people, working the streets, how they operate. I can see when it comes to the rug dealers, how they operate it. I mean, everything is common sense, but it's how you beat the case. When people get mad at 47, it's no different than when you hear about everybody that get away with stuff. If you know how to beat the system, there is nothing illegal about it. If you can beat it and justify the system. So pretty much when some of these cases that come off and people fight, may the best lawyer win. So if you have the best argument and proven and can't prove that you've done anything wrong, you win the case.
I got a question. What good does it benefit these women to go incognito?
Nothing. I mean, I don't know.
How do they do it? No, it's because of innocent perception. Because no woman wants to be looked upon as
what you mean, Mr. Ron?
Think if that you mean like not saying who their names are, Ron?
Correct.
I think they're all protecting their families. They may be protecting their jobs, their children. They're protecting their children. I can get it. I get it.
There's a lot. I agree with you, but what I'm saying is this: everybody probably told everybody they knew when they became affiliated with Diddy. Now they want to hide their names. Come on.
Of course.
That's a good one.
Well, there could just be a lot of backlash. I can just see, a lot of people that may be on on Diddy's side, they could definitely be targets. So, I mean, I understand that part.
It's a lot of people associated with Diddy, but don't want to get included in this whole fiasco. As they shouldn't. I mean, they wouldn't want to be. Well,
if you got other things outside of Atlanta that night, you don't want to be exposed.
They got a word for that.
I don't want to be no part of that.
Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called fair weather. It's all good when he was making videos and putting people on. Now that he got a little heat on him. Now he got a little heat on him. All his friends all the little birds is flying away.
Right.
And then some, they turning on him. It's a money grab. Let's get some money up out of
here. Oh, yeah. Looking ugly.
Hey, wait, they call me still, says they gonna get a white T dude to play the Black Panther Party. If you know.
What do you mean?
Mr. Leander. They
Don't forget also.
But that guy, did y'all see that?
Chris Elba playing 007.
He about to. Oh my gosh! Why y'all?
And we gonna get a white dude to play Shaft.
White T.
Okay, white T dude to play Shaft.
Something like that, Mr. Leander.
Say, Paul, shut your mouth.
We need to get us a profanity jar here.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Profanity jar in the corner.
You bad mother, shut your. I can hear him saying it that way.
He got a whole Bible. He done said words before.
John Travolta saying, I'm Shaft. I'm a bad.
Children, I can see it. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
That'd be comical.
It won't work.
Well, guy named Edward Smith said,
what about the Obama daughter changing her last name?
Who's Obama daughter?
when did that happen?
She's the youngest one is changing her last name.
To what?
I don't know. It's a secret.
Oh, I thought I heard
What are you telling us? You telling us secrets that you don't even know.
heard that she was going to go by her name.
Listen a little more. Just read a comment out of the chat.
Even them spirits tough over there.
Oh, man.
The reason she changing her last name, in case anybody is wondering, after, I forget after what president, but anyway, Obama and his family only had Secret Service for 10 years. And I think that time's about and she don't want to be recognized by everybody in the public.
And they just changed that, didn't they? Not too long ago.
Yeah, I forget I think it was the president before Obama. Or maybe
It don't matter who's tripping that hard. Are they really tripping that hard that they would go after one of Obama's daughters?
They show him a deal.
He's out of office.
Well, even if they didn't want to go after her, she may not want to deal with being recognized as an Obama as opposed to being her own person.
She's into acting. That's her background. So she wants to,
She's pursuing her own lifestyle. What? She don't need Secret Service.
that's their bodyguards, the Secret Service.
Right. But what does she do? Why is somebody going after her?
Somebody that don't like Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somebody that don't like Obama. Got people that don't like me.
You weren't the president, Mr. Leander.
I know, but I was a badass.
Chill out, Nat Turner.
Okay, I'm not that. I'm not.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Leander.
No, but all I'm saying.
It has to be a full moon.
That's the way the talk.
I'm not
the way the
I'm
line
not so
started.
important to be concerned.
But you weren't the president's daughter, as we said, so her perspective and your perspective might be a little different on that matter.
No, but actually, bro, I agree with you. I think they need the greatest security.
Now I know why your mic is muted and why you were still talking.
Rono, Malia's doing it for her short film.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
She's doing it for her career.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I wish she could get all of the advantages of what they call, privilege. I wish Obama's daughter could get all of that privilege.
What privilege? You think
The
they would
protection of the government.
They did. But they only got it for 10 years after he's out of office.
Okay, so now it's over?
After the 10 years, yes.
Okay. I think they should have had it for lifetime. Because they were in a special situation as being the daughters of the first, whatever you want to call it. They need protection for life.
You gonna pay for it?
I would be willing to take a few dollars out of mine. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't.
Wouldn't.
No.
But you would give the protection to Donald Trump Jr., whatever her name is.
It's okay,
It is,
Mr.
man.
Leander. It's okay. It's okay. You got it.
Marcus,
Yes.
like you're talking about it's okay, like you a therapist.
Um,
Marcus kind of cool.
thank you,
You know
sir.
how to keep me in check, and I'll shut up when I hear Marcus say, "All right, Leander."
It's okay. I drink to that.
Perfectly. You need to hush, child. You a mess maker.
He did sound like a
I
therapist.
know.
Sorry.
Pretty funny, but stop.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Y'all having fun on my pad, but
Well, you might want to mute.
I ain't even mention your name, sir.
You might want to mute back up. Marcus, did y'all get dropped last night?
No, Marcus would have dropped it.
Yeah.
Right before Marcus ended it because we had 2 flags in a matter of seconds.
Oh, I was just riding through. I was driving through, and I was like,
The doors was closed.
it was so heated. No, when I came through, it was heated. I
Oh,
was
you
telling
saw-
McBride, I said, "Ooh, it's heated up in there."
But y'all was waiting for you, Perfectly get McBride to come out. Then I would have came up. I said, no, I don't feel like
that night was heat because Mr. What's his name, Marcus?
Song.
Got into it with another young lady that was on the panel.
Oh, yeah, I heard him.
He went at it.
Yeah, he got real emotional yesterday. He got super emotional. He was gone. He was gone. He wouldn't be quiet.
He could not stay muted to save his life.
He could.
That's how he's when he first came on your live. It's like that.
Well, he's back.
Yeah, he was on go mode. You know?
Look, that's part of McBride's fan club right there.
I think I'm gonna run into song one day in Baltimore.
He loves
to catch him one day.
If he lives in Baltimore.
Him and his wife with the dreads.
And he'll be giving a concert when you see him.
Oh yeah.
She does not wear dreads. She wears sister locks. That's what he said.
Like he had a cow or a pig or
Oh
something.
yeah, the house of cow.
2,000-pound cow.
What kind of? It was a special cow though. What kind of cow was it?
Not buying it. Remember, he was
That Wagyu beef.
Oh yeah, Wagyu. Yes.
You coming on buying or just coming?
Well, they don't grow Wagyu beef in the U.S.
Oh,
right, that's some stuff that starts over in like Japan, and it's like very expensive.
Oh, he was getting it shipped.
And Australia.
Oh, he was getting it shipped over there. He was getting.
No, a friend of his was sending it to him.
Right.
Yeah,
From
half a
Baltimore
cow.
or from Delaware or
Yep, he said it's coming tomorrow.
Be at the port.
Half a cow.
And then when Marcus confronted him with it, well, he studied worse than Porky Pig.
But what size refrigerator was it? That was never confirmed.
Oh, wow.
He never explained it.
Now you need to stop.
Was it a 2-door refrigerator? Side by
Two-door.
side?
What's the 2-door?
Marcus even fact checked it. Marcus say, refrigerator can't hold a 2,000.
Sorry guys, this live fact check everything.
Right?
You know what it is, Ronald? What is that beef that they call it? Supposed to be the best beef in the world.
WHU, Wagyu beef.
Oh, Wagyu, it ain't.
Wagyu, Wagyu, yeah.
What makes it so? What makes it so special?
The marbling and the fat that's in between the meat, and it makes it tender, and it holds its flavor better.
Oh wow!
And I think they make it
I
eat.
don't know what.
Don't they make it eat something for a year and a day?
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Baum.
I believe they feed it on a diet for a year and a day.
Correct.
Of some particular, is it just dandelions or something off
It's
like
some
that?
kind of plant.
Pamela Williams said they massage the cows.
In Japan, they do.
Really? So that's true. Wow. They massage the cow.
No, I'm not into all of that. You know, from Oklahoma, country guy.
Well, you say they got steers.
We ain't never massaged no cow.
Mr. Ronald, I almost said that, but I kept my mouth shut. Oh boy!
It started off.
It says the health benefits of it is that it contains a higher ratio of unsaturated to saturated fat. Makes it a healthier option.
Nice.
So yes,
and they have selective breeding and specialized feeding practices.
But you're explaining this. I understand that. Yeah. But no, I came from a family where that we had to go out in the yard and squeeze the milk out the titties of the cow.
Oh my gosh.
maybe that's the massage.
Are those udders?
Maybe that's where you learn the massage skill.
Are those udders?
No, Bob can't help
Yeah,
himself.
they were. They were called udders, but that was.
Oh man. Okay.
We learned the skill. We knew that's we got milk and bread from just from doing farming skill.
How old was you doing, Mr. Leon?
I'm 67
how
years old.
was you doing it when you were squeezing out the cows?
7, 8, 9 years old. 7, 8, 9. I knew it early.
That's some good stuff.
So they actually say
it's real. It's real. This is what we did.
I believe
they actually
this is what I did.
Come on.
This ain't what y'all did. This is what I did.
Hold on a second, Mr. Leander.
Yeah.
It says they sell that Wagyu beef is sold at Costco.
Really?
It's generally considered authentic and high quality.
I think they feed those cows beer too. I want to
Beer?
say, I'm not really sure. Beer, yeah.
I wonder what's the difference with the Wagyu and the Angus?
The marbling.
Oh, so the Angus is like middle, and then Wagyu is the top.
The Angus is like your everyday beef.
I thought you had like regular beef.
Check it for you.
I thought
no, it's not. No, it's not.
what is
Grass
it?
fed is different from regular beef to me.
Okay, so you got grass fed.
Tastes different to me than the regular hamburger meat.
Oh, okay.
And no, when you like a good steak, you like it cooked the way that you like it, don't you? You don't care where it was from.
Marcus, to answer your question, the Wagyu beef, the origin is Japanese bread, specifically bred for marbling. Angus beef is Scottish bread brought to the United States, it says, in the late 1800s.
Oh, okay.
No, that's a perception.
So I see you.
You're not 10 years nothing around me. You're not 10 years younger. You're not 10 years older.
What are you talking about, sir? Are you that? You must have worked at Winn-Dixie to know the difference.
Never worked a fast food job in my life.
Winn-Dixie for grocery stores.
I was an engineer. I'm retired engineer. You ain't talking to no stupid.
I feel like I'm being punked tonight, y'all, for real.
I kind of like you, and I ain't trying to punk you. I really kind of like you. I'm not chasing tail.
Waterfalls. Well, you don't play this.
American Wagyu. That's from Japanese cows bred with Angus. So they're
right. Yeah, it's something like.
He don't know. He don't know what you're talking about. But he's just agreeing with you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because I don't even like him. I don't even like him.
What did Mr. McBride do?
Hey, well, it's not that anything that you said. You can't just, rustle up to me and say, "Oh, I'm on your side."
Never said I was on your side, Nat Turner.
Right.
You don't like Bay, you don't
Thank
like
you.
me.
Oh man.
You don't like Bay, you don't like me.
I
Just need to know one thing. Are them spirits clear or dark?
mine is dark.
I thought so.
All right, y'all. It's been a wonderful, wonderful evening, morning, however you look at it.
It started off a comedy show and it's ending that way.
I gotta
It
see
did
if it was
start
a
off
full. It
crazy.
gotta be a full month.
No, because I kind of like you, but old boy wanted to check me.
Oh man, Mr. Leander. Can we get some stats, Mr. Ronald?
Of course you can. I'm gonna stay simple. Okay, stay quiet, sir. Let me give these stats out if you don't mind, please. Okay, these stats are the maximum amount of people that are in the live each hour. We have 4 hours. The first hour is 63. Second hour was 73. The third hour was 97. And this last and final enjoyful hour was 114 max. Thank you all for on the panel, in the chat, for your participation, for your gifts, for your fan club memberships, and most importantly, thank you for your time, which we know is very valuable, and we appreciate it. Thank you for the likes that we got, 75.7K. We didn't actually reach our goal, but we thank you for what we obtained from you. We appreciate it. We're here every night, 11 p.m. Central. So come back tomorrow, spend an hour or two, whatever. We appreciate it. And I'm going to give it back to your live creator, Marcus.
Thank you, sir.
Give us 15 more minutes so we can tap the screen.
It ain't gonna happen, brother. They just ain't tapping through tonight. Bum, they wrong, bum. They wrong.
He talking about we wrong, and he the main one over there not tapping nothing but his lips.
Appreciate all y'all being here. We'll see y'all
I enjoyed
tonight.
y'all tonight.
And we'll
No, I like your live, Max, because well, I think you're pretty fair.
thank you, sir.
You're pretty fair.
Good job, Max. Good job.
Thank you. We're gonna
Yeah, but you're perfect over there.
love y'all too.
No.
Hey, we gonna
I
talk.
like that. I like that ice on the rocks. You know.
You done fall out of life with me already?
Not out of like.
We
Not
gonna
out of like. I think we can agree on some things. But you have to be open-minded about it.
oh, that's smooth. Oh man, what?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the live may be ending, but it's 4:17 here in Detroit, and the sun will rise, and there are cows to massage. So that's the consolation I take.
Oh, this was the others that you didn't recognize that there was others that you needed to handle.
All right, I'm let everybody down. Good night, Mr. Leander. Hey, Mr. Brown, don't forget
Marcus,
health
you be making all kind of friends up here, don't you?
Oh yeah, we love everybody.
Max.
It's love. It's love.
Max.
It's love.
Max.
Hey, don't forget that we talking about that healthcare. We're gonna find out about what was that?
Yep, researching the healthcare and about how it related to us.
And yes. Yeah.
You know what, Bookie? I need to pull up the reference that
What's that?
apartheid, the one I told y'all the other day, medical apartheid.
Oh, okay.
It talks about all that stuff.
Okay.
Medical apartheid. Okay.
I'm apartheid. Sorry.
All right.
It's okay.
Talking about tonight, Marcus.
Yeah. And I probably throw Didi in there too. I don't know, y'all got me thinking. I might need to update on him.
Yeah.
Make sure he good.
I had to open my doggone mouth.
All right, good night, French.
Good night, guys.
All right, Frenchie.
Good night,
Much
everybody.
love. Man, we
Thanks for
love
the
you.
comedy.
All
Yes,
right, Mr.
sir.
Mom.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all.
Mr. McBride and Miss Perfectly. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Yes, sir. Good night, my brother. All right, perfectly.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Play the best for last, huh?
For
Thank
sure.
you.
ma'am.
For sure.
See y'all later.
All right.
All right, chat. Y'all have a wonderful night and an even better tomorrow.
Yes,
And
sir.
Mr. Marcus, I will see you tonight.
Yes, sir. 11 p.m., my brother.
All right, you have a good one.
You too. All right, y'all. Thank y'all. It's been wonderful. As always, much love. See you tonight, 11 p.m. Central. Love you all. Call Mr. Mama.
Call has been forwarded.